see the extent of damage caused. Look at it.
This is something everybody will condemn. All over the world, everybody will condemn this act. Imagine the Rivers State government has spent a lot of millions upon millions of money on doing roads. But a single company called Bua company with their truck, their trailers, in fact with their diesel, pouring on it, destroying and damaging the roads. You can see the extent of the damage of this road caused by this company. Even at the front of their building or their estate or their office, you can see how deep it is. So compare the raining day, it means that vehicle cannot pass here, and this caused a lot of hold up on the road.
So you have also seen that there are other places where they park their vehicles. Are those places approved parks for them?
It is not. Those places you are saying, it is not approved. They behave, they operate as if they are the owner of River State. They see the government of River State as government that cannot query them, and that is why we are here. That there is government in this state.
Okay, so have there been a formal approach to address this between the River State government and Bua County?
Yes, I can remember February this year, the SSG, Minister of Transport, Urban Development, we have invited these people for a meeting, and they promised us that they will take it away from, especially the front of the government house, and will take it ask of the river, government house fronts to where they can be bringing in maybe two lorry, enter and load and go. But this damage, even at the front of government house, is actual. Nobody can see this and believe that this company meant well for this state.
I feel heartbroken. I feel provoked that a company that does not even add value to River State in terms of corporate social responsibility will rather take from us infrastructure we've labored to put in place over the years. It's public knowledge that the River State government spends billions of naira every year laboring very hard to provide critical infrastructure for our people. The Bua Group have been so reckless. The drivers of the Bua Group have been so irresponsible. They have converted our major roads to trailer parks. Right here, we are at Igrutali. We have a line of trailer park here of more than 2-3 kilometers. This major interstate road has now, this is the road that leads you to the airport. This road that takes you out to Imo State and other states. It's a major interstate road. It's a critical infrastructure for us. Now see what they have done. Look at, this is the front of their yard. Even the front of their yard is this dirty. Their parking is disorganized and very reckless. They don't have approvals to use even all of these areas as trailer parks. Here you can see trailers, lorries, carrying various kind of chemicals. You can see gas tanks. Now, if you cross over the road there, you also see their diesel yard where they collect diesels from. They collect gas from here. They use here as their central park. But rather than, they have massive land here, rather than park inside the designated park, they line all their lorries on the roads, on the shoulders of the roads, and then it will begin to damage gradually. You can see now, the rainy season has not even started fully. See what's going on. By the end of this rainy season, see, they've gone at least about, the failure has reached, from the width, the failure has reached about 7.6 meters now. Meaning that the entire one lane, in a matter of days, will be closed. This place will become impassable. The same thing is happening on the other lane. The same thing is happening on the other lane. So that lane will be impassable. This lane will be impassable. Going out of Port Harcourt and coming to Port Harcourt will become difficult. This is what Bua is doing to River State. This is unconscientiousness. This is recklessness of the highest degree. And we don't think we can continue to take this anymore. Look at what I've done to our roads.
I believe that President Tinubu is not president of ECOWAS. I saw a press conference here in Washington, D.C. that the president of ECOWAS have declared that ECOWAS service ships should move to war. And that is not Nigeria, but I'm still having my reservation that Nigeria should join ECOWAS to go to war. Because if the Americans want to go to war, they should use their troops. They have almost 3,000, 4,000 troops there in Niger. They don't need to say, we will give you money, President Tinubu, we will give you arms, just go and fight. It is dangerous to fight in our backyard. You don't know where this fight will end. Nobody knows who is sponsoring this fight. I think the advisors of President Tinubu, which I'm also one of them, will continue pleading on him not to join that fight. Since Nigerian Senate have already said, no, you can't go to war, and he needs authorization of the Senate to go to war. So I don't think it's a good idea to go to war. What they should go to the juntas to do now to put a democratic process plan. They should give us a plan for 1 year, 6 months, 2 years plan to return to civil democratic process. Since they said the president of Niger, President Bozo, have already resigned. Let us take it like that. These things happens once in a while, and I don't think any Nigerian soldier's head is good enough to be killed for another country. It's not our war. It's an internal affair. It's an internal problem of the Niger people. I hope my president and my friend and my brother will understand that this is not our war. We have nothing to fight those people for. I want him not to listen to the US. I'm a friend of the US. I'm a friend of Israel. I'm a friend of UK. This is the first time I would like President Tinubu to disobey the US. It's not the right thing to do. We must pull out of ECOWAS. If it means pulling out of ECOWAS, Nigeria should pull out of ECOWAS. If that is ECOWAS' decision, we're a sovereign nation. Nobody can toil with 250 million Nigerians. It's not possible.
2 million naira to be given to a senator. For example, Olu Senatorial District has 13 local government. Eke Senatorial District, where I come from, 12 local government. For you to give a senator 2 million naira, that is not his salary, that is not anything, that is a token as a matter of fact. To now take to go for a holiday in a 12 local government or a 13 local government, as the case may be. Ruben, you and I will agree that 2 million naira under this hunger and anger will not be able to sustain engagement with their constituents. You agree with me, no doubt about that. So there is no big deal in this issue of 2 million. It's only that the time is a time where majority of our population is going through hunger and anger.
All right. Good morning. Welcome to the newspaper review segment. Today's Quest, Today 95.1. So we have a lot to share together. I'm just thinking how I can manage the 30 minutes that I have to go through trends on social media and race through the story. But we'll find a way. Because most importantly, while we look forward to your reactions later on the show, members of the panel would equally weigh in on some of the select issues that we'll talk about before we get to the 9 a.m. mark. Okay, so timing is really of the essence. So we started off this morning with Rivers State Government, the Commissioner for Works and that of Transportation, expressing their anger with the Mbua company over the way their drivers are destroying properties of Rivers State Government. We started with that. So you heard the voice of the Commissioner for Transport, Mbina, and also that of Works, Alabo Dax George Kelly, speak on the issue with Mbua Group there. And then from there, we went to another one. The last one you heard, a lawmaker justifying somewhat the 2 million received by senators. That's gaffed by Senate President Godswill Akpabio sometime last week. Well, they are defending it. The question is it provided for in the spendings for the National Assembly? We'll look at that later on. And then you heard Orji Uzor-Kalu, a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, calling on President Bola Tinubu not to proceed with war against Niger Republic. There are developments from Niger now. But let's look at some other issues trending. NAFDAC is passing on a general warning about eating saturated fat. In fact, she speaks of new regulations and international regulations, and those regulations require that adequate information is provided on the labels of those food packs that we buy. So it will now be on us to see that we read through those labels, check the amount of saturated fat in there, because she talks about the dangers of eating saturated fat in substantial quantity and how it could even lead to cancer and heart failure. Okay, so take a listen to NAFDAC Director General Mojisola Adeye.
Meaning you go to ShopRite in about a year's time, because it will take a while for what is already being manufactured to be sold. You will see more information. You can now see what is the content of saturated fats, what is the content of non-saturated fats. Because of what? Because the food we eat can kill us. The food we eat can kill us. If you eat too much saturated fats, it can start blocking the lining of the vessels, of blood vessels. And once that lining starts decreasing, getting narrowed, the space rather, start getting narrowed, then blood pressure.
So with the report, there are a lot of revelation and a lot of concerns. Number one, that the report that the authorities, Central Bank of Nigeria, has actually published all the while is not correct. We have always thought that when it comes to foreign reserve, Nigeria is between $34 billion to $38 billion, not knowing that significant part of that money, about 40.7% of the money, it's actually not, it's actually under lending, and the money should be returned. Now, apart from that, there is nothing wrong with foreign reserve. Is not money that you will go and spend. It's actually money that you can use to defend your currency when the attack comes. But when you now look at the kind of borrowing we have done, the question is, has that borrowing been approved by the Senate? Is the Debt Management Office aware? It's not in their report. Recall that Ways and Means was not in the report. It was if those banks' term of borrowing elapses, and they lapse and they say they need their money back. You know what will happen to Naira? Naira will get devalued because we don't have anything to defend. We are 40%. Naira under this current regime may go as poor as 1,500 to $1. Already, we are battling between 920 to 1,000. Government have said we want to allow forces of demand and supply. The acting central bank governor mentioned that between 18 to 20 billion that came in the name of remittances was not going to the official window. How will it go to official window? And this is the question I'd like to ask. If I give you $1,000 today, where will you take it to? Commercial bank to give you at 750 or parallel market to give you at 920? Chances are, you don't need to answer. I don't want to put you on the spot. You are the one interviewing me. Chances are very high that you will take it to the parallel market. Why? Because you're a rational being. You see, the challenge we have is the supply side. If we make a proclamation that we are unifying, yes, you can say any window should keep devaluing up to any amount. The question is, have we been able to stop the roller coaster? Have we been able to solve the real challenge? The real challenge has not been solved. Crude is our major means of earning. We don't have control over the price. 1, 2, a lot of theft is going on within the Niger Delta region where we milk some of these resources from. Third, the other natural resource that we have, we don't even have data as to what is going on right now in Elisha, what is going on right now in Zamfara. We don't even have data as to how many gold in their volumes, other natural mineral resources are extracted from the soil of Nigeria. And we wonder, because some of them are taken out of Nigeria even by air without any record. And it is what you export that will boost the value of your currency. The Central Bank of Nigeria is in a very horrible situation financially. A very, very horrible situation. One, the bank has lost control of what the exchange rate should be. Not just because the president say, let us float. I think if the president had had this information, there would have been a rethink before making that statement. If the president had had this information, because everything revolves around the exchange rate. And remember the core mandate of central bank, price control, which is price stability, I beg your pardon, price stability, not price control, and exchange rate stability. With the revelation that we have, with how monies were released, among other things that we see discovered in this report, the Central Bank of Nigeria should be restructured. Again, look at the Central Bank. Nobody has until recently has known what was paid in salaries. Do you know that even the Central Bank as a body might have earned in allowances and salaries more than the Senate of Nigeria? But what is common for people to say is to criticize the Senate. I am not saying the Senate is right or wrong. I'm not taking a position for or against the Senate. I'm just saying that it is nice when these publications are made regularly, and if it is not made regularly, those in government must ask those responsible to be accountable, not just to them, but to all of us.
Mr. President, even though you have announced some palliatives, let me remind you that palliatives cannot address the root cause of the problem. Therefore, we demand that you address the root cause of the problem. Take the yoke off the neck of the poor, go after the looters, recover the loot, and retool it to the benefit of Nigerians. In simple terms, Mr. President, kill corruption, non-Nigerians. By placing military invasion on the table from the very start, before subsequently exploring diplomatic options with the coup plotters in the Republic of Niger, President Tinubu once again put the cart before the horse, thus placing Nigeria and the sub-region in a precarious situation. While we condemn the spate of coup d'etats in West Africa, we recognize that the situation calls for deep introspection on the part of African leaders and makes even more urgent the case for good governance. The call upon Nigeria at this time is not so much to compel submission in the sub-region through the force of might, but to command alignment through exemplary governance. Considering the reported claims by the DSS that his actions were in line with an order from above, the handling of the Emefiele case has sent a signal to the world that the current president's disposition to the war against corruption is primarily motivated by a clampdown on perceived political adversaries, while various other enemies of Nigeria remain untouched. The same can be said of the detention of the suspended chairman of the EFCC, Mr. Abdulrasheed Bawa. Today, Bawa is being held in detention by the DSS, while Bello Matawale, a former governor that Bauer had been investigating, has been nominated by the president as a minister. Once again, if Bauer is indicted in any criminal investigation, then the lawful thing to do is to prosecute him. To continue to hold him in detention in these circumstances raises significant concerns about the readiness of the Tinubu administration to fight corruption.
By the constitution of our party, Article 13, the National Executive Council of our party is empowered to act in between a convention. And one of the powers of the convention of our party is to remove or elect new leaders. So by the grace of Almighty God, our support of the neck of our party, which held on the 3rd of August, our leader, Dr. Abdullah Umar Ganduje, was elected as chairman of our party. Elected, when you have a sole candidate, even the Electoral Act allows for sole consensus candidates. So we're not ratified. We're elected duly and properly in the presence of INEC. You say Pastor Bakari said, although I don't see him as a politician, and with respect to him, I don't see him as even competent to say what he has said. The fact that we are talking about palliative does not mean that we are not confronting the headlong of correcting the dysfunction and the imbalances in the economy. For my knowledge of electoral law in Nigeria, and for having read the petitions and also been part of the proceedings, I would say that all the petitions against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu election, they are hopeless, and nobody needs to even waste time in dismissing same. They are hopeless petitions. Terribly hopeless.
Okay. Yeah. So let me begin. Even the guests are asking who is talking, members of the panel. So we started off with the NAFDAC. Yeah? For management of time, that's why I cannot be interjecting in between. Modishola talked about the danger of eating saturated fat. From there, we listened to an economist speaking on the CBN. The CBN presented their audited report after over 5 years. The last one was in 2017 or so. 2017, over 5 years. This is, 2022 audited report. So that's 5 years. And it's revealing a lot of things. So you heard the summaries as to the positions of that economist speak on the CBN audited report. From there, we took you to Tunde Bakare, his State of the Nation address, where he talked about prosecution of Emefiele, he talked about fuel subsidy issue, and then he talked about the stance of the Tinubu government on Niger Republic. And then National Secretary of the APC, Senator Basiru, speaking on how they emerged, because we've had questions as to how exactly himself and Ganduje emerged as National Secretary and National Chairman of the APC. He talked about that. He talked about the State of the Nation, took a bash at Bakare for his comments and closed to the fact that the case is in the tribunal. It's hopeless. Hopeless. Completely hopeless. I guess we'll have to wait till a ruling comes through, yeah? And then we have a final one. And I can begin my racing. So when I'm racing, if I fall and get up, please bear with me, okay? But Governor Siminalayi Fubara had a meeting with traditional rulers from Ogba Egbima Indoni local government area. We heard the usuals again. We gave contract. Someone defaulted. We're not pursuing the person to get our money back. We have just awarded the contract again. Take a listen.
I got 2 protest letters. One, they called them Ogba Egbima, the Post Forum. I got another protest letter for TT Kalio and Company. They wrote, the TT Kalio is a legal firm. He wrote protest letter demanding that the section of Omoko Egbima Road should be withdrawn from Setraco and given to Julius Berger. I started wondering who gave that person such a power to ask for such thing. Even if you want to ask for it, you do it like a command. This job was originally awarded to Tarisa, not today, many years ago. For one reason or the other, the job was not done. When a lot of money was paid, even when the job was even reviewed. And before the immediate past administration left, they found that these people are people that have always worked with us, that have supported our party. Why can't we revisit this matter again? And that job was awarded to Setraco. So when I got this letter, I felt it would be proper to call your leaders, to call your chief, the Oba and his people, and to make my position very clear. The contractor will continue with this job. I expect you to be able to give them the necessary cooperation. Are you trying to be like the Andoni people that one simple section of project for 24 years could not be delivered? People are more than that. So I'm appealing to you give the contractor the necessary support, cooperation, so that this section of that road will be completed, while when the other one joins from Ahoda. And you have a stretch and clean road. We are going to monitor what the contractor is doing and ensure that it does a standard job for you. That is my position, and I want to say it here. I will not tolerate, I underline and repeat, I will not tolerate any sabotage. If there's any sabotage, I will ask the contractor to pull out. I will not do it again. This project was given to you people. You nominated the contractor. The contractor failed. We are doing another job again here. We are paying another money. In fact, let me make it clear to you. The original cost of that job when it was awarded was 8.8 billion. Later on, it was reviewed for 13.3. The total amount paid as at that time before the revocation was 12.7 billion. You can understand how we feel about it. And now we have awarded this job to Central for 7.5 billion, and we have already committed about 5.2. To tell you our commitment, within this 5.2 I'm telling you about is within my own tenure. The job was awarded before the immediate past administration left, and as soon as I came in, I said, no, people supported me. You have a lot of you are my people. Why should we be on this thing? It will be bad when the outer side gets to Omok, and the Omok to Egbe is not properly done. So they will do it at once. I don't want sabotage. If you like to sabotage yourself, don't sabotage my own administration. I'm serious. So please, I'm begging you, work with your leaders. Every time it's not protest, every time it's not text message, every time it's not contamination. It gets to a time where everybody comes together for the progress of their community.
Our governor don't vex, so but beyond his vexing, I'd like to ask the question: all the people that we're awarding contracts to and they are defaulting, that's our commonwealth being fleeced by one person. Can we go after them? Is it impossible for the state to go after them? I really would like to know, because I don't understand it. You mean 12 point something billion? How much was of that contract was executed? What is left? We're not saying anything about collecting this money back. We had the same thing with Anthony, and there are many projects like that in Rivers State. Many, not even with the SIM administration, with the Yeson Wiki administration, with the Amici administration. They just award, and then when it's time for election, they say, "We gave your brother that contract. Go and ask your brother what happened to that contract. Why it's not yet done." Let's begin our race now. Our stories will be on Facebook, all right, so you can read up some of the things that you have heard. We're just going to slide over for the sake of time and look at the issues. The stories focused for opinion poll and real talk will slide over as well. When we get to those segments, we'll x-ray and dive in a bit more. Let's begin with the Vanguard this morning. Subsidy removal, kill corruption, not Nigerians. Bakare tells Tinubu. You already heard that, yeah? Part of what he said in that hour-long State of the Nation address by the senior pastor of the Citadel Church. Let's move on from there. Vanguard still, coup, we struck to avert threat against Nigeria and Niger. General Tishani speaking there. The leader of the military junta in the Republic of Niger, General Tishani, said at the weekend that the coup in which they overthrew President Mohamed Bazoum was well intended and was carried out to avert an imminent threat that would have affected not only Niger Republic but also Nigeria. This is even coming as Catholic Bishop Conference of Nigeria for the second time in a week appealed to the federal government to take heed, to take head on the corruption, insecurity and skewed appointments in the country rather than declare war on Niger Republic. General Tishani said it is painful to the coup leaders that the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS heads of state and government leaders did not hear their side of the matter before issuing an ultimatum to them to quit office. Speaking when he received Nigeria's intervention team comprising prominent Islamic scholars in the country, NEMI, the coup leader and the Nigerian team agreed to intensify the option of dialogue in resolving the political crisis in the country. A statement by the leader of the Islamic ulema, Sheikh Balalu, stated that General Tishani, who accorded the team warm reception, welcomed their intervention. According to the statement, the military leader said their doors are open to explore diplomacy and peace in resolving the matter. He went on to apologize for not according to the team sent by President Bola Tinubu, led by former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, retired, the required attention because they were angry about the ECOWAS ultimatum. Let's move on. Fresh fuel price hike looms as landing cost rises to 37.4%. Marketers blame sustained rise in crude oil price and exchange rate. Some papers already have it that while price may go as high as 720, some marketers has decided to dump the idea of even importing in the first place. There are strong indications that pump price of petrol is expected to record another round of increases, the third within 10 weeks, as oil marketers hint that the landing cost of petrol has risen month on month by 37.4% to 632 naira 17 kobo per litre in July 2023 from 460 naira per litre in June 2023. The landing cost excludes other additional costs, which includes depot-related charges, transportation logistics, and marketers' margin, which would combine to bring delivery at fuel stations at nearly 700 naira per litre. 700 naira per litre. Sources around oil marketers told Financial Vanguard that the landing cost for August is expected to rise further as the factors that propelled the rise in July figures have worsened as at last week. Giving further insight, they said foreign exchange has been a major concern where scarcity has persisted while exchange rate has also continued to deteriorate. As of last weekend, Naira dropped by about 6.5% in the official market and 25% in the parallel market since the last pump price raise. Marketers also note that cost of fuel import is rising in response to the recent crisis in price of crude oil in the international market. The transactional analysis of a major operator cited by Financial Vanguard last weekend shows that marketers are paying 604 naira per litre as a total direct cost. Breakdown shows product will cost over a litre 578 naira freight. So let me spare you these details, sir. Let me just spare you these details. As a result of this development, the marketers have said it will be unprofitable to import at current pump price, while the government has not guaranteed a free float of pump prices. Stop sabotaging my administration, else Fubara wants Rivers, monarchs and leaders. You just heard part of that. It will form part of our conversation on Real Talk. So let's move on. Senator Ningi slams Akpabio for broadcasting recess allowance. We'll lace this with our conversation for opinion poll when we get to that time. Emefiele must not be made scapegoat. Tunde Bakari, you listen to him speak on this particular issue. And then viral video, I'm still on medical vacation. Akeredolu tells Nigerians. Governor Rotimi Akeredolu of Ondo State yesterday insisted that he's still on medical vacation and not yet back in the country. In a statement by his chief press secretary, Richard Olatunde, he disowned a video circulating on social media showing his arrival from his medical vacation. Olatunde says the governor is still in Germany, focusing on his full recovery. Premium Times. CBN's $7.5 billion loans from U.S. lenders may mar Nigeria's credit rating. We'll look at this on opinion poll. Maybe we'll just look at the surface of it, the structure of it, the implication of it on opinion poll. Okay, so I'm sliding over now. Why we suspended strike, NARD? The Nigeria Association of Resident Doctors has explained why it suspended its nationwide strike more than 2 weeks after it commenced. The president of NARD, Emeka Oji, who confirmed the development to Premium Times on Saturday, says that the association decided to suspend the strike due to significant moves by the federal government to address its demands. Oji says the National Executive Council of NARD met and concluded that it's in the best interest to give the government 2 weeks to meet their demands. He says, we also observed that the federal government has approved the 2023 Medical Residency Training Fund and has started work on a circular on 1-for-1 replacement. And then it goes on. So they have 2 weeks to respond. Otherwise, resident doctors are directed to resume 8 a.m. on Saturday, 2 days ago, noting that there will be a review of the progress made in 2 weeks. Nigerian military declares support for democracy, rejects coup call. Nigerian military declares support for democracy, rejects coup call. The Nigerian military has described as highly unpatriotic and wicked the call by some Nigerians for a coup in the country. In a statement by its spokesperson, Tuko Gusau, a brigadier general, the military also restated its commitment to democracy. Let's slide over. Nigerian farmers groan as fertilizer price soars. despite increased local production. See, I've been looking for good news since I started putting these stories together. I can't find one. Don't blame us. We're just sharing information with you. It can sink the heart. There's even more. I tell you, this one is not people dying. This one is just the state of our affairs. It's something else. Salifu James needs 6 to 8 50 kg, that's kilogram bags of fertilizer for his 35 acres of rice and sugarcane crops. But the 49-year-old farmer could only buy a single bag this year. To make up for the low quantity, he adopted the broadcast method of fertilizer application, spreading the substance uniformly across the field. He says, I need the required quantity per hectare or acre to get the right result, but I bought NPK, that's fertilizer, 20-10-10 at 27,000 naira. So I have to manage what I can afford, so I can have to buy other inputs. James told Premium Times. Another farmer, a rice farmer, Chinansa, says she only bought fertilizer once at 5,500 in 2016. She now buys it at 25,000 naira. My profitability has reduced because fertilizer is very expensive and scarce. Due to the high cost of fertilizer, another farmer, Mrs. Asoy, says she had to augment it with rice husk, but the output has been very, very poor. Meanwhile, the sellers of fertilizer, one of them, Abdul Raf Suleja, says he gets his supply within the country but sells far above 5,500. The last time I sold for 5,500 was in 2017. Now a bag goes for not less than 19,000 naira. Let's move. In Nigeria, road crashes claim 4,387 lives in 6 months. FRSC. A total of 4,387 people died in road crashes in the first 6 months of 2023, an official has said. It implies an average 731 persons in a month and about 24 persons in a day. The Federal Safety Corps says 4,387 persons were killed across the 36 states and the FCT. Corps Public Education Officer, Assistant Corps Marshal Bisi Kazim, said this in an interview with the News Agency of Nigeria on Sunday in Abuja. Senate Whip says 2 million naira holidays allowance not unusual. May move against Akpabio. This we'll look at. It's been a trending issue since last week. I didn't discuss El-Rufai's ministerial replacement with Tinubu. Ubasani speaking, that's the governor of Kaduna State, denying media reports that he visited President Bola Tinubu to discuss the ministerial nominee suggested by his predecessor, Nasir El-Rufai. In a statement by the governor's chief press secretary, Mohammed Shehu, on Saturday, Mr. Sani called on the media to desist from spreading false and unverified information, as that could mislead readers and cause unnecessary tension in the polity. Serap sues Akpabio. Abbas overplanned to spend 110 billion naira on bulletproof cars and others. You heard parts of this in our news. Yeah, so let's just slide over for the sake of time. Insecurity, police to establish special intervention squad. Egbetokun. The acting inspector general of police, Kayode Egbetokun, has announced plans to establish a special intervention squad, SIS, to deal with security threats in the country. Mr. Egbetokun disclosed this when he led the police force management team on a courtesy call to Governor Abba Yusuf of Kano State on Saturday at the government house. Let's just slide over this. We'll come back to this in a moment. The cable, PDP to Tinubu, only government with no priority for citizens' security would opt for war. Well, you can read this up for yourself. We have it up there on social media. Furniture, housing, transport, CBN staff allowances go up to 155 billion in 2022. I'm sliding over. But we'll look at that on Opinion Poll. We'll lace everything together. Viral letter on transfer of judicial powers to state governors fake, says NJC. The National Judicial Council has dismissed a viral letter claiming it has transferred statutory powers and functions regarding appointments and promotions of judges to state governors. In a statement on Sunday, Sojioi, Director of Information at the NJC, says the letter dated July 14, 2023 and allegedly signed by Olukayode Ariwola, Chief Justice of Nigeria, and NJC Chairman, has no iota of truth. Okay. PWD's laments non-inclusion in Tinubu's cabinet seek proper consideration. Okay, those are the stories for today. You can read up the last one. Let me just read a part of that statement. Regrettably, the recent ministerial list provided by President Bola Tinubu has failed to recognize the vital role that persons living with disabilities can and should offer in Nigeria's governance framework. The current absence of PWD representation in the Federal Executive Council marks a missed opportunity to promote equality and justice for PWDs in Nigeria. Okay, so let me introduce members of the panel seated, and then we'll make progress from there. First, Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, in-house analyst. Good morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Architect Abi Bosimo, fellow, Nigerian Institute of Architects, certified project manager. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning to the panel. Good morning, every listener.
Asim Adams, Esquire, constitutional lawyer, rights activist, principal partner, Adams Laws Chambers. Morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you, Nigerians. Good morning to you, Kelly, and my co-panelists.
Welcome, everyone. So let me take us to this police story. I kind of wonder what happened to SWAT. Yes, it's SWAT now. After the disbanding of SARS. Your Excellency, I want to inform you that the present police management has decided to set up a squad called the Special Intervention Squad to intervene quickly in crisis. When there is crisis or violent crime in Nigeria, we have a dedicated squad that can easily be deployed to take care of those challenges. He said the need for the new squad could not be overemphasized, as its success would depend on the cooperation and support the police will receive from the kind of state government. I'm sure when it gets to another state, we'll change that for that state government. So we'll equip the squad with well-trained personnel and well-remunerated to meet the overwhelming security challenges. I asked a simple question. What happened to SWAT? We don't have an update as to what happened to SWAT. That's a Special Weapons Advanced Tactical something, SWAT. That's acronym, okay?
That came in after
SARS. We don't have an update as to what happened to SWAT. Now they tell us SIS, Special Intervention Squad. Do we need all this squad everywhere? Bryce Adams, do we need squad everywhere?
Well, I don't think, for me, the name does not really matter. You know, what we are after is that let crime be tackled. Whatever name you call a particular crime busting unit does not really matter to me. But the problem we have in Nigeria here is that we have had so many of these names. Operation Thunderstorm, Operation Crocodile, Operation, the other one in the northern part. So many operations here and there.
But those are military operations.
I know, even
not police operations.
The police one, you have
anti-crime,
RRS, or whatever they call the Rapid Response Squad in Lagos. Then in Nigeria here you have SARS.
And then you have the state commissioners.
Yes, you understand. Monitoring units, etc. There are so many. I don't know how they operate, but my own thinking and take is that one, by whatever name they call these units, they should be proactive and also bust crimes. That is my. If they be able to do that, if you like, call them whatever names you want to call Goliath, etc. This case may be. It's not my business, but let it be that they prevent crime. Proactively. Not reactively. You understand the point? Now, the problem also, the second aspect of it is this. You see, when you lionize, these, units, giving them very scary names, like when you have SWAT, you have SIS. We don't know what that means. For instance, now, they want to behave, as if they are above the law. You understand? In terms of rule of law. Now, I have been on the field for years, and I know that I knew what federal SARS, did all over Nigeria. I knew what state SARS, the SARS, in the states did all over the country. I know I have been to, units like state CIDs, in many of the states of the country. You see, those areas are torture chambers. I don't know right now if they have changed that. That should be what should happen. We are not saying you should not tackle crime or fight crime, but when you begin to put innocent people, mangle their bodies and keep them in dungeon-like situations and cells, then it now becomes that you are no longer fighting crimes, but you are not persecuting people. You understand? Even in River State where we are, there's a squad that wears black, with a red hat, band on the I don't even know whether they call, is this CTU they call them or whatever. I don't know whether they belong to federal or they will belong to state.
Some people even still insist that SARS existed.
I'm telling you, I'm going there. Just some few days ago, I was driving through the Erumokuta Bridge. I did not breach that traffic law, but some police officers came out. It's like they laid siege, like a snare for me. They came out, stopped my vehicle, and asked me to pull over. I pulled over and I was asking, what's my offense? You understand? He said I should come and open my car. They entered. Even when I introduced myself to them, they said that their IG monitoring unit
I know
on traffic. On traffic.
They have
on traffic. That's what I'm saying. On traffic. At the Rubokuta, the new bridge angle right now. I did this on Facebook and I felt so insulted and very sad. At the end of the day, when I asked the guy, okay, can you show me how I beat the camera? Because they're intimidating young people along that under that particular bridge as I speak to you. So when they see you with a kind of car, they stop you. In fact, the CP should work on this right now because I had a personal experience. If he wants me to come before to explain to him, I'll tell him. And I'll tell him to set a trap and maybe send a squad, to that place to monitor the activities that are going on there.
Can the Commissioner of Police monitor
I asked the question.
IGP.
That is the question. He said the particular young man that got me and pulled me over. He said it's IGP, monitoring unit, but traffic section in River State. That when he impounds my car, he will take it to the state CID. I asked this question. I said, so if you impound my car, you take to state CID, are you saying that there is an affiliation now between the federal police and the state police in terms of traffic monitoring offenses? Even if you take me there, a traffic offense will not cost me more than 10,000 naira under the law. So if I have to go to the gamut of maybe trial and in the mobile courts, I have my defenses. You cannot just place maybe a fee or a levy on me on the road, assuming I will beat the traffic. So I asked the question. I said, this is rhetorical. I said, so you take me to state CID. Are you saying that the IG monitoring unit has a base in the state CID? Second question is this: are you saying that the IG monitoring unit has a traffic division in River State? With uniform, you are intimidating people with guns. So these are things we have to look at.
For traffic offenses.
In fact, I don't even see. They still do it under the Rumokuta Bridge. I'm saying I experienced last week. I am making a public report. You understand the point now? Because last week I was a victim. You understand the point? And if they want to go there this morning, let the provost marshal, or that they call them in the CP's office, just go and lay a siege there. They must arrest 2 or 3 of the officers who are doing illegal job under the names of this kind of title of unit this, unit that, as the case may be. It's wrong.
Architect Bosimo.
Sir.
Special squad. I don't know for certain, but when you follow documentaries, you read reports online. Those reports you seldom see them, right? But when they surface, they tell you of how somewhat simple and sophisticated some of this advanced policing really is. They say that you see the regular police officer that is not so armed, light arm, he can respond to light issues, but when they have an escalation, they call for defense and then the sophisticated ones will come, right? But in our own case, you don't know who is sophisticated, who is light. The way they move, now you say one squad, SIS. I'm still wondering about SWAT. Nobody has told us about SWAT. What is happening with SWAT? Okay, SWAT has gone. Nigerians rejected SWAT because at the time of the NSAS protest, when it was first floated, they said, it's the same SARS men that you want to reintegrate into this one with a new title. So let's say SWAT is gone. SIS is not the same men.
First of all, I have had the privilege of interacting with some of the most upright police in the world, right here in Port Harcourt, Lagos, and other parts of Nigeria. And so I'm privileged indeed to know that not all policemen have behaved in this shameful manner as described by Barrister just now. I have great friends in police. That said, just naming In fact, for me, selectively picking some security officials to give a designation and in one sense elevating them above the rest can have its own problems. I believe every single person in uniform who is supposed to be protecting me merits equal consideration, attention, and equipment. Yes, we agree there are special squads for, terrorism and all that. Even in other countries, they are specialized formations.
Their training is equally different.
The training from the very basic policeman to all these things puts human rights and human interaction at the forefront. You can call a squad anything you want. You can make this, reform, all those things. But does the training of the policemen remain centered on the well-being of the people that they are supposed to be protecting? I don't know about SWAT, but at that time it was sort of associated with the SARS that was under protest. And I don't know whether the former president went further to establish them or not. The point is, the police, we hear, is our friend. And I have many friends in the police. But unfortunately, they have a number of them who behave wrongly. I think part of the problem is look into how the police are trained, how they are supported. When we talk of 40 billion naira for bulletproof cars, what do you think 40 billion naira would do distributed into the police sector at their stations, for their uniforms, for their equipment and all that? And it comes down to a matter of priority. I too was accosted by the very same people Barrister talked about underneath that Rumukuta bridge. They actually set a kind of trap. They put the traffic light near the roundabout, and without any sign of anything, they wait for people to approach that roundabout. Then they come out and start telling you you've beaten traffic. And like Barrister said, you have not beaten traffic. The highway code tells us how to position ourselves for a roundabout. So what those particular policemen are doing there is criminal activity. They're engaging in a crime of, what's that word? Intimidation. In fact, when they came to me, I refused to wind down my window. I told them to get away from me, and I drove on. But that traffic light stands for about 90 seconds, so they can try and come around and harass you. If you don't know that you are right, you might be intimidated. So, like he said, whoever's in charge of the police should go and arrest those criminals in police uniform at that place.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Yeah, Kelly.
Do you think we need all this squad?
Well, whether we need it or not, we'll not make them remove them if they've been established.
We made them remove SARS, though.
Yes, SARS. In fact, it took years.
And 103 bodies, at least.
The issue is that in my place, they say there are some dresses that you call dresses that kill dogs. When, for instance, big names, I'm coming to the dresses, big names that kill dogs. Well, they call it, soldier is what you name your dog. Small dog. Everybody, soldier. The dog is doing as if he took Indian hemp or what? Because everywhere is called soldier. That is on the one part. Now, if you are going to war, for instance, in my place where there's war, you see somebody will wear this, wear that, wear that. Meanwhile, it's not what you are wearing that will fight the war.
But they need the kitting.
Yes, they need the kitting. Will tell you, there are some wars that you don't even need the kitting. Carry your gun or your cutlass and all that and start the war. Now, our people say that, it is a dress, indeed, that kills the war. And no longer you, human. Because as soon as somebody comes at you, are wearing something that is very fearful, he fires at you from any angle and kill you with your dress and your cups. You stay there. See, for me, I don't think all these things are necessary. But like the SWAT, is this SWAT or whatever?
SWAT.
SWAT, good. You mentioned that just came out in 2020. Now we are no longer hearing about it. The IGP, I think Inspector General of Police, has visited somebody in Kano State and all that, and he's selling, is it IS what?
SIS.
Good, SIS. Very soon also, we hear that one will also be consigned to a memory base. The issue is it all these, maybe, of course, like architects said, truly, in several places, they operationalize sections of the police and all that. But we are saying in this country, our own is such that it does not even last any minute and all that. It will be dismantled, another one will come. And let me ask the question. When you call, is it ISS? Why is it that is still working? SIS. Now, when you name it, are you going to heaven to bring angels to come and then start operating on this name? It's still the same police officers. Well, architect was saying that the police is our friend. I have never any day believed that they are friendly with me. Because see, I was walking on this road one day. I saw somebody they were beating. Ordinarily, if they were our friends, as I asked, officer, what did you do in the local palace? He said, okay, you want to fight? You want to fight us? Well, do you know what? I looked at them, I said, when has it become a problem to ask a question? I just passed them. What I told that officer, look at my age. If you will swallow me, go ahead and swallow me. I just asked you what this boy did. You are killing him in this way. He was just looking at me. So the issue is that once you give them this special name, they will assume it in their character, in the poise that come out from them. You will know that, yes, they are wearing a special name. And they want to kill you with a special style.
Wow.
So I don't understand. If the police authorities think it's the right thing for them to be changing it like a women fashion, the names, let them go ahead.
So let me take our views on this fuel issue. Some papers, I think the Punch, I saw from the Punch, 700 plus per liter of petrol, and if the landing cost is going to rise, has risen by 37.4%.
34.7.
37.4%. Yeah, 37.40. The question would be, I don't want to say the government, but let me just take your reaction to this. You look at the current exchange rate, and I still recall when we had this conversation here, I said, would the banks be able to meet the supply needs? That is also part of our problem. The marketers are looking for dollars. So the pressure on the system because of a lack of supply is creating the inflation. The price is still hitting the roof. The black market, last week it was almost 1,000 naira to $1. I couldn't believe it. Someone that trades, that I buy things from in Lagos, put up on his WhatsApp status, naira to $1 now, almost 1,000 naira. I couldn't believe it. But in the official window, that's you go to the banks, you want to get, it's just shy of 900 naira. Just shy.
744, 7 something.
So why?
Something.
Okay, so the first question will be, why do we even have that gap? The first reason why they liberalized the system and unified it is to reduce the gap. Now the gap is widening. The CBN governor, acting CBN governor, that was on Thursday, where they told us that part of the reason, I think it was on Friday, part of the reason why they are having this supply issue is they know that a lot of dollars come into the country by remittance, but it doesn't go to the banks. They take those money to the black market, it says for corrupt reasons, and then they change it to the black market and they go about their business. So we have a situation where it is difficult to get dollars so that they can make their imports. That's the petrol marketers on one hand. You have the price of oil in the international market rising. Other factors put together, we here in Nigeria, our conditions remain same. Every other factor escalates our living condition. What's your reaction to this story? Because now is a warning. They're just telling us what will happen. In fact, where I used to buy, they've increased it by, I think it's 3 naira from 585 is now 590. I'm sure by the time I go again, it will be like 595. You go again, it will be like 600. Because at 595, the next one is 600. Akita Bozimo.
You know, one of the pronouncements the president made was we're going to liberalize the cost of the dollar, and we're going to make our fuel based on the removal of subsidy reflect market forces. I think at the core of it, we don't understand there are different roles. Take a typical market. You have buyers, you have sellers, then you have those who carry load on their head. I think right now we don't understand that because of assorted decades of mismanagement, within that international market, Nigerians are the ones carrying load on our head. We're not participating. When there's a lack of dollar, it's because we are not adding a product at a level that can give us the dollars to earn. So when a remittance comes to somebody, the person looks at the official rate, the person looks at the black market, as it's called, rate, that's parallel market, whatever it's called, and prefers to take that dollar and go directly to that. It's demand and supply. It's one of the most basic economic concepts ever. So linking it to this story, it means that we are going to suffer a further price hike in the petrol, and literally everything associated. A vulcanizer uses petrol. You know, sometimes you think it's remote people. A vulcanizer uses petrol. That person managing your wife's hair has to run a gen. That person making photocopies runs a gen because there's no proper power supply. Again, when the president made an announcement a few days ago, he talked about how a few people involved in the subsidy were quote-unquote scammers, quote-unquote fraudsters who are taking money into their few accounts. But he has once again, like everything else, refused to connect that to, if you identify there's a scam, you must identify and prosecute the scammer. If you say there's a fraud going on, you must identify and prosecute the fraudster. You can't just say you are removing subsidy, you are not identifying those who were fraud defrauding the country, then letting Nigerians bear the pain. So this, like you said, is a warning. They said if the naira to the dollar rate goes up to 1,000, then expect that fuel will go up. That is market forces. You have to take the amount of money you need to buy a product, and when you buy it, you're expected, if you're a business, to make profit.
Let's go for the news. When we come back, we'll continue, and then we'll turn our attention to opinion poll. Stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio. 95.1 FM.
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events, and businesses on Today 95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818-389-2850. Again, 0818-389-2850.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress, Ajibola Basiru, says the petitions challenging the victory of President Bola Tinubu in the just concluded presidential election are terribly hopeless. Both Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party and Peter Obi of the Labour Party are challenging Tinubu's victory in the court. But speaking during a television interview yesterday, Bashiru dismissed the cases. He also waved off speculations that the APC is gearing up for a rerun election. Leaders of the People's Democratic Party in Edo State have berated the Deputy Governor of the state, Philip Shuaibu, for approaching the court over an allegation of impeachment. Shuaibu had approached the Federal High Court in Abuja seeking a restraining order against his principal, Governor Godwin Obaseki, whom he alleged was planning to impeach him. During a meeting in Ugweben local government area of Edo State, the PDP leaders from Edo Central Senatorial District faulted Shuaibu for not exploring internal dispute resolution mechanisms of the party. In a communique which was issued after the meeting, the PDP leader said a vote of confidence was passed on Obaseki over the matter. The PDP leaders also observed that the controversy was unnecessary considering that the central issue bordered on the governorship election in 2024. Abia State Governor Alex Oti has banned commercial motorcycles from operating in the streets of Aba and Umuahia townships. Kazo Uku, Chief Press Secretary to the governor, disclosed this in a statement, saying the ban takes effect from today, the 14th of August. He directed security agencies in the two cities to arrest any individual caught violating the order for possible prosecution. The high cost of beef in the market has been blamed on the constant crash of the naira against the dollar. Some cattle dealers and butchers complain that the exchange rate and the high cost of diesel, coupled with bad roads, are a major challenge facing the industry. Chairman of Ajib Slaughter, Lukman Ibrahim, in an interview with Today FM's Olawale Sanusi, said the situation had worsened since the removal of fuel subsidy, as the cost of moving cattle from the north to River State has gone up. Speaking on the military takeover in Niger Republic and the looming negative effect sanctions from the Economic Community of West African States and Nigerian government will have on Niger and cattle sales, Ibrahim said there is no cause for alarm, as Cameroon and Chad are major suppliers of cattle to Nigeria. On the foreign scene, Niger's military says it will prosecute deposed President Mohamed Bazoum for treason. This came hours after a group of senior Islamic scholars said the country's school leaders are open to diplomacy in resolving their standoff with West Africa's regional bloc. In a statement read out on national television late yesterday, a spokesman for Niger's military laid out the charges against Bazoum as high treason and undermining the internal and external security of the country. Spokesman for Niger's military, Colonel Major Amadou, in his statement also dismissed concerns over Bazoum's health. Bazoum, who is 63 years old, and his family have been held at the president's official residence in Niamey since the coup on July 26, with international concern mounting over their conditions in detention. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikem Menchima. Good morning, and thank you for your time.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hello, welcome to this live transforming business education program on radio, where we have the latest information on the benefits of e-business. Raleigh Academy on Radio is a program with an ultimate goal to equip anyone in search of a genuine opportunity to create a new stream of income or add a new stream or streams of income to their existing income. Now, Raleigh Academy is a reputable organization that offers educational services in online businesses and financial education. In today's episode of the program, we'll be looking at the 3 key factors needed to build wealth in these critical times. And in the studio with me to answer all our questions is an e-trader and an online entrepreneur with Raleigh Academy. He was trained at the London Business School, the London School of Business and Finance, and the London Academy of Trading. He has certification in technical analysis from Cyprus. He has gathered over 12 years of experience in financial trading and technical analysis. He has consistently organized several hours of webinars, workshops, and coachings on trading and financial market analysis. Well, this man is one man I respect when it comes to digital entrepreneurship. Mr. Michael Akinwale. Glad to have you join us today, Mr. Michael.
Thank you very much. Great time to be here, I can tell you that.
Now, we have quite a topic today. The 3 key factors needed to build wealth in these critical times. And I'm sure everyone knows these times are really critical. Let's start by looking at the present economic realities.
Okay, well, you see, the realities of the economy right now is as clear as, night and day. With the removal of fuel subsidy, unification of the exchange rate, it has created an extreme inflation in the country, and I think everybody's really feeling it. Because sometimes when I listen on radio, I see people complain about all these problems. Fine, we have been told that this economic circumstance will actually create a better economy. But right now, I think everybody knows that it's going to get tougher before it actually probably gets easier. But you see, for my global research, I also discovered that the economic problem of Nigeria is not only a Nigeria-African problem alone. It's a global problem right now. There is actually a slow in growth. There's actually significant high inflation, tightening of monetary policies in several countries. So it's not just a Nigerian problem. Everybody's actually being pitched right now globally, and I think people do fasten their seatbelt and find a way out.
Now, the economic indices don't look very good.
Yeah.
What are the 3 key factors to building wealth in these times?
Okay, first one is this. You need to add to your current source of income.
Okay.
At least add between 2 and 3 sources of income to your current income. It's practically becoming a crime to do one thing. And you won't believe that the current data shows that the average millionaire has 7 sources of income. So when you see somebody who is a millionaire, he's not doing one thing, which is why even though the economy is looking terrible, rich people actually getting richer, because you will never find a rich man doing one thing. And you won't believe it also, Lekon. As far back as the ancient times, King Solomon wrote it, that you should invest in at least 7 ventures, even in 8. Why? Because you don't know what disaster is coming on the land. For instance, right now, we can't call it a disaster, but we are currently right now in Nigeria like in a disaster. So that means as far back as the ancient times, disasters have been happening. And the only way people have been able to get out of it is to make sure they have several sources of income. So the first one is this: get as much source of income as possible. Secondly is the fact that you actually need to move online. Money itself has moved online. If you check the richest people in the world, the biggest companies in the world, you will observe that partially or wholly, all these companies are online. Why? Money has moved online. So as you are thinking of adding to your current source of income, make sure you are thinking of an internet-powered business. And the third key you need to actually get yourself to do better in this current critical time is that you need to try to earn in foreign currency. You see, every time you are in a third world country, or you are in a country in which its economy is not as great as other countries, if you can earn in the currency of those other countries, there is a higher probability you actually be doing better. And I think every Nigerian understands that now. Even with the current exchange rate, if you are earning foreign currency, there's a higher probability you're going to be a way off those who are just earning locally. So number 1, increase your source of income. Number 2, be online. Number 3, earn in foreign currency. If you can achieve these 3 things, I can tell you, you can do very well in these critical times.
That's huge. Interesting. So what are the businesses Nigerians can engage in online that are easy to start and that they can earn foreign currencies from? Because that's important now, Michael.
Absolutely. And there are several businesses Nigerians can do online right now. And for the sake of time, let me just run through a few of them. Number 1 is that you can do what they call YouTube automation. And when we talk of YouTube automation, the same video you're doing on YouTube automation, you can run it on Instagram, you can run it on TikTok, and several social media platforms. Secondly, we are looking at drop shipping, we're looking at online trading, we're looking at affiliate marketing, we are looking at export. Several online businesses you can do, but let me try and break them down one by one. Let's take YouTube automation, for instance. YouTube automation is the concept of creating and managing YouTube channels without having to appear in the videos. This method allows you to earn revenue and ads without needing to be physically present on the channel. All right? So you set this thing up, it runs automatically. It's a business that actually creates a residual source of income for you, so that even when you stop making videos, you are still earning money from the videos you have made before. And I know people who are earning as much as $5,000 from doing this on a monthly basis. Then we have things like drop shipping. Drop shipping is like an advanced form of e-commerce where you do order fulfillment and you can outsource inventory holding to a third party. So you don't actually see the product you are selling. The product is actually with a third party. All you do is just to use technology to run the process, automate it, save you a lot of time, and guess what? You can actually be sleeping and this business is running automatically by itself. So that's drop shipping, you see, and it earns you money in foreign currency. Now, let me look at the third one, which is online trading. Online trading is electronic buying and selling of financial instruments in the bid to make a profit. Now, when we talk of financial instruments, there's things like currencies, commodities, indices. This is becoming very popular now. It used to be very advanced before, but thank God for softwares, it's making it very easy. Let me use this online trading as a case study just to show you how profit is made in this business online. So let me use gold as a case study. I think everybody knows gold. Gold is the same commodity that is used by women for jewelry and all of that. Now, the same gold you are seeing physically, there's the online form of gold. The same way, for instance, you have money in your bank account. It's not there physically, but when you see an alert, you know that's your money. So the same way now we have gold online, which you can buy and sell. So gold, for instance, moves an average of 150 points daily in its movement. That means the price of gold changes about 150 points every day. So let's assume you're a trader and you're trading at maybe $1 per point movement in that price of gold, which means you can potentially make a profit of between $100 and $150 every day buying and selling gold. Now, if you do that for 22 working days in a month, you can imagine how much profit you're making from gold. And guess what? As you are trading gold, you can be trading oil, silver, corn, coffee. Those are just commodities. You can also be trading indices, trading currencies. And the beauty of this day and age is that even the computer can be doing the buying and selling for you. We now have softwares that you can install that can actually be doing the buying and selling. So even while you are not with your computer, it's working. You now have softwares that when opportunities arise, it will alert you for you to go and take action. All of these things these days has made money making to be a little bit easier. And I can tell you, it's time for everybody to plug into this.
Very huge opportunities, I must say, Michael. So how can a person start these businesses?
Okay, I think it's very simple. Just like everything in life that you don't know about, if you want to start it, it's recommended that you first get knowledge. It's recommended that you first get training. All right? And apart from this training, in this day and age, you also need to get the right softwares and apps that you need to achieve the results you desire in these businesses. And that's where Rally Academy is here. Rally Academy is, like I told you earlier, we're an educational company, and our goal is actually to educate people. And that's why we have a conference we're going to be running this month titled the Rally Multi-Business Advantage Conference. The Rally Multi-Business Advantage Conference. And the core of this conference is to inform, educate people on the opportunities available in these online businesses. And then we're also going to be introducing you to the top softwares that professional traders actually use in getting consistent results in their online trading. We're looking at both manual softwares, semi-automated softwares, fully automated softwares. All of these things we're looking at this conference. And I can tell you, it's a conference you cannot afford to miss.
Okay, a conference you cannot afford to miss. Learning is crucial. How much does it cost to attend the Rally Multi-Business Advantage Conference? And who can attend it?
Okay, let me start from the bottom. Who can attend it? All right. The truth is, anyone who's interested in generating online business right now, anybody who wants to any foreign exchange, anyone who needs to add to their current stream of income, you have to be at this conference. You don't need to be a computer guru. As long as you have an Android phone or an iOS phone or a smartphone, be at this conference, and you won't believe it also, it's free of charge. You don't pay anything to attend it. So you can be a businessman, employee, retiree, investor, you can be a student, housewife. Right now, things are not looking very great. You need to actually improve yourself financially. Be at this conference, it's free of charge, and I can tell you, you can never be the same again.
All right, Rally Academy is serving a free conference to Nigerians. Please give us the dates, the venue, and the time of the conference, and how participants can register to attend.
The conference will be taking place for 2 days right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date this conference is going to be taking place is Thursday 17th and Friday the 18th of August 2023. Let me that again. This week Thursday 17th and Friday the 18th of August 2023. On these 2 days, the time will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. From 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So 3 hours of very, very life-changing time. The venue of the event on those 2 days will be at the Rally Academy. The Rally Academy, second floor, City View House, number 26, Abba Road, by Market Junction. Right here in the city of Port Harcourt. The Rally Academy, second floor, City View House, number 26, Abba Road, by Market Junction. Right here in the city of Port Harcourt. Very popular place, I can tell you, you cannot miss it. It's very important that you register to be at this event so we know you are coming and we can prepare for you. And to register is simple. Send an SMS to your phone number, then your seat will be reserved to be at this event. So take your phone right now. Let me show you how to register. If you want to register to attend the first day, which is Thursday, the 17th of August, 2023, send an SMS to the word PH1. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the number to this phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again. 091 6466 0000. And once register to attend the second day, which is Friday, the 18th of August 2023, send an SMS to the word PH2. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the number 2 to the same phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again. 091 6466 0000. Thank you.
What else would participants benefit at this training aside these other things?
Well, it's already power packed, but there are still other things who are going to benefit. And there are 3 things. The first is that all participants at this training, they're going to be going on with an educational DVD. In this DVD, there are videos on trainings on these online businesses. You can keep learning when you get home. All right? So we're going to be giving this DVD to the first 100 people to register to attend this event. So begin to register now to come and pick up your DVD. Secondly is that we are going to be giving out our 123% bonus. This is year 2023. We are giving out about 123% bonus. This bonus is cost to at least 123,000 naira. That's going to be credited to people's trading account. This one is actually for e-trading. It's going to be credited to people's trading account for them to start the business of e-trading at this conference. Thirdly, is that we're going to be giving out free domain and free hosting for those that want to do their automated e-businesses. Are you getting me now? We're going to be giving out free domain and free hosting. So be at this event, pick up your DVD, pick up your bonus, pick up your free domain and hosting, and I can tell you, we can still make this year, 2023, very great.
Can you tell us again the dates, venue, and time of the conference, and how participants can register to attend?
The conference will be taking place for 2 days, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date this conference is going to be taking place is this Thursday 17th and Friday the 18th of August 2023. Let me that again. This week Thursday 17th and Friday the 18th of August 2023. On these 2 days, the time will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. From 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So 3 hours of very, very life-changing time. The venue of the event on those 2 days will be at the Rally Academy. The Rally Academy, 2nd floor, City View House, number 26, Abba Road, by Market Junction. Right here in the city of Port Harcourt. The Rally Academy, 2nd floor, City View House, number 26, Abba Road, by Market Junction. Right here in the city of Port Harcourt. Very popular place, I can tell you. You cannot miss it. It's very important that you register to be at this event so we know you are coming and we can prepare for you. And to register is simple. Send an SMS to your phone number, then your seat will be reserved to be at this event. So take your phone right now. Let me show you how to register. If you want to register to attend the first day, which is Thursday, the 17th of August, 2023, send an SMS to the word PH1. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the number to this phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again 091 6466 0000. And once register to attend the second day, which is Friday, the 18th of August 2023, send an SMS to the word PH2. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the number 2 to the same phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again 091 6466 0000. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Michael Akinwale. It's been a great time having you in the studio today.
Thank you so much. Beautiful time to be here.
Promise kept. We promised quality financial information, and there you have it. Remember, no one succeeds by accident. It's about taking informed actions to birth the results you desire. So, take action today for your financial future. Bye for now.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, welcome back to the show. Today's question, Today 95.1 FM, the newspaper review segment, 20 minutes past the hour of 9. Let's just conclude things on our general review. We're looking at the fuel price, an eminent increase in the price of petrol. And it's not one that a lot of Nigerians will not like it, but we should expect it. Unless we have some kind of a shock plan. That is, the government says, okay, we're going to support marketers. We're going to support marketers by providing a certain amount of forex for the importation of the product. And that forex is going to be at a certain benchmark. That is, no matter what is happening in the international market, we're going to see that this amount is provided for you at this exchange rate. A subsidy. But it's provided for you at this exchange rate so that you can import and sell within this price band. If that is not done and everybody is allowed to go and fend for themselves, the economists that you listen to said the Naira could go as high as 1,500 to $1. What would that even mean? So now we heard that price of oil in the international market is rising. Our Naira is continuing its sleep. It is crashing rapidly. And the government says it's in the best interest. In fact, I was listening to Bashir when he said the government is going to stabilize it. That's, in fact, in another 1 year, we're going to see significant change from what we see now. Mr. Ndukwe, this reality, it doesn't seem like the government, they get it, or perhaps we should just endure what the president calls baby pains.
You see, Kelly, once, oftentimes we are besetted with problems on this. There's nothing anybody can do once it comes to the area you cannot help. And that is why one will also say, do your own and then leave the rest to God. Yes. Because there's nothing anybody can do on this earth without bringing the God factor. What else? I have tried all I can. It's just like somebody is sick. And that sickness, you've gone to here and there. Anywhere at all you heard that you can cure it, you got there. There's nothing you can do. You've done your bit now.
Yeah.
Leave that rest to God. If it takes happens, you die. You go. You are not you are not going to start or stop death until God Himself that pronounce it or that decrees it into existence comes and then removes it. So for me, I think when government when they were making the plans and they said banks, and I remember vividly when you asked that question. It was one of these my saying will be believing answer. So I told you that Kelly, let us see what that banks will be, because why I answered that is, if they tell you, for instance, now you have it maybe at 7 something or even if 8, and then you have maybe 1,000 or close to it at parallel market. You now said what is 7,700 and something to $1? You go to a bank. Is it not when the banks have, they'll give you? When they don't have, will they give you? So in paper, official rate may be 7 points or 700 and something, which you can only get if that particular bank has it. If they don't have it, you must go back home. You had a home where you left in the morning and went there. Or even if you were in your home and called, please, my boy is coming or whatever, or send it to me and all this, I will bring the equivalent of Naira and all that. When they have is when they'll give you. So you can now see, it is that parallel market that you may even have it. Because if you are walking through Rumola, you will see the Aboki people in presidential. I'm not sure they are running short of it, Kelly. Always they are very busy. Very busy. In fact, dragging people who have not even bought akara and eat. Come and change dollar. There are plenty, you see it. See, the issue is government. I don't understand what kind of thing we are getting into. It looks like there's nothing anybody can do about it. We just keep on looking at this country. If they say 1,005 per $1, if it ends there now, then we should also be happy to say, thank God it's 1,005. What if it crosses that level? So for me, I think there's nothing. When you always say against marketers also that they are selling high, what will they do? Now you've seen that they have complained that it will no longer be profitable. Which man will get into the market to sell something and you don't want to make profit? Are you going to be hungry throughout? If you are hungry throughout, you will die now. Maybe, both profit and all that will elude you.
Maybe for charity.
Kelly.
They could decide to become a charitable
Anybody that
organization.
have not eaten his own cannot be charitable.
Okay. But Mr. Adams, we've heard people allege, and even from insiders have alleged, that the banks trade with some of this parallel market.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard some of these allegations.
That's part of business.
I want to ask you a question, because in almost 3 months of President Tinubu being president of Nigeria, aside the policy that he has mentioned, 2 of them, it doesn't seem like anything tangible at the moment is being done by his administration. Does this strike you as though Tinubu is lacking ideas to address the situation?
Okay, thank you very much. Somewhat, no, I don't think so. I think we have a situation where this particular administration is just about 3 months or thereabouts. It will be unfair if I just, give my, final judgment on the administration. It's just like the way Winston Churchill, handled the British economy during the war. Before now, in some of my postulations before, I was saying that anybody that was going to take over from the last administration of Buhari was going to have a potpourri of problems, issues to tackle, that it might take that particular administration about 8 years. I did an article on this. About 8 years or even 16 years to repair that damage. That it will be like the Hiroshima and Nagasaki repairs after the atomic bomb was dropped. Till today, they are still suffering the effect. So that is on that side. It's not an excuse for the administration.
But you also, forgive me for interjecting.
Okay.
You would also agree that while these things are not necessarily caused by Tinubu, some of his policies escalated it.
That's what I wanted to go. I did a research. I'm not an economist.
Okay.
Thank God this particular question came up today. The little I know, if there are economists who are listening, they listen to me 1 minute, 2 minutes. I did a research. It's on my booklet here. So you just brought up this. I said, very wonderful. Let me tell you why. There is no nation, there is no magic anybody will do at the moment to show up the naira if these steps are not taken. Number one, there's no called declining, foreign exchange supply to Nigeria. You can't do magic. We don't manufacture, we don't print dollars here. Now, what do you mean by declining foreign exchange supply to Nigeria? Foreign exchange supply coming from Western Union Nigerians who are resident abroad. You have what they call foreign direct investment. Companies coming to invest, bringing dollars, pounds, cities to come and invest in Nigeria here. And so many other, medium of, countries organizations to receive dollars. I did a research. I found out that, the remittances, diaspora remittances, Nigeria has reduced to 20% from 100% that we used to get between 2015 to this particular point in time. The reason is not far-fetched. Many Nigerians are disillusioned. I have a lot of them who speak to me every day. I ask them, come and buy property, say they will not buy. That they will prefer to invest in UK, Spain, and America where they reside.
Don't they have family here?
They do, but they give stipend to the family to survive. Because survival is the utmost now in Nigeria.
Yes.
If you can feed, you are okay. If you can buy little fuel, you are still okay, as the case may be. Now look at what is going on. Kelly.
Yes, sir.
Do you know that on an average day, on a daily basis, Nigerians sell their properties now? You see a Nigerian man who work with ExxonMobil tell you that, look, I am tired of this particular country. I want to sell off all my properties, buy dollars, and travel out of Nigeria. You see bank managers who have properties here. They sell their properties and they travel out. Now, they change this naira that they realize on the sale of the property to dollars to travel out. Whereas the reverse ought to be the case. That is, you bringing this foreign hard-earned money to Nigeria. So when you have such declining foreign supply, then you must have your naira must not it must be devalued. 2, let me tell you, do you know that our foreign exchange, the Reserve Bank we have, Nigeria has, do you know that the owner of Chelsea is richer than Nigeria today? As I speak to you, let me tell you, foreign reserve fell by 3.28 billion. You understand? Between this period, I'm telling you right now. Now, to what now?
But that is also connected to our oil production.
I understand. I'm coming there because that's just a petrodollar state. Now look at it. It fell from 33.9 billion dollars to 37.95 billion dollars. How do you operate? Because you cannot shop your export, whatever as the case may be. There's no way your foreign exchange reserve can go up. And if your foreign exchange reserve is down, your currency must be devalued to meet up, demands and supply, whatever. I'm just trying to run because of time. 2, look at
this should be 3 or 4.
3 now. The net foreign, inflow. These are, you see, economics. We are not an economist, but we know that, demand and supply, rule, the country. Once you have demand for a product, what now happens? The price will go up. If there's no demand, what happens? The price will come down, as the case may be. Now you have demand for naira. How do you have this demand for naira? Those who have their children and kids in school, Nigerians who have their kids in school on a daily basis, they go to CBN, the source of foreign exchange,
demand for
everywhere for dollars. That is why you see the black market is still thriving, because every man that wants to travel by BT, ATC has to go and source for dollars. So the market is thriving. Now those Nigerians who want to go for medical vacation, they need dollars to do that. The market will begin to thrive. You need to get the dollars, you exchange naira for that, you weaken your naira as the case may be. These are some of the indices. Then finally, before I hang up on this, is that you now look at it that the policies, that was turned out by Tinubu, which I regard as new foreign market measures by Tinubu, that he eliminated that, multiple exchange rate system and now made a unilateral, a system of exchange. That has not worked out. It has failed. Even though he believed that would have helped to, to curb excesses as the case may be.
Isn't it too early for us to say
for now? For 3 months he has tried it. For the 3 months, for me, in my opinion, it has failed. You understand? So they have to rejig it. So that particular June 4th, 14 announcement by CBN that they are going to have one foreign window of exchange. I am saying that they have to rejig it. That is number 4. The 5th one is this. Tinubu promised on his inaugural day that he knows that the naira is playing acrobatics with all foreign currencies. That within the next 90 days, he's going to put in measures that will show up our naira, as the case may be, and introduce what they call I&E, import and export, method and strategic, a stratagem to show up our naira. How far have we gone with the I&E method of Tinubu, import and export? Yes, we might say that it is too early here to judge. But what I'm saying is that my people say, fowl or chicken will become cock tomorrow. Now when it's small, they know how it will be, as the case may be. These are just a few.
Okay.
I have up to 15 of them I listed. Thank God this matter came up today, but because of time, I will not go there. But the most important thing the government must do is this. The most important thing is going to be a political move that the government of Tinubu must do to shop our naira one. Let Nigerians repose confidence again in this administration. Many Nigerians, there's capital flight in Nigeria today. Even politicians, they store their money in dollars outside of Nigeria because they feel that the tribunal has not given their judgment. That the tribunal gives judgment against a particular candidate, there might be war in Nigeria or something that happens, as the case may be. So people are skeptical and circumspect about it. Number 2 is this. Many Nigerians outside Nigeria, they are not secured. they don't want to come back home because a Nigerian man came the other day, he was kidnapped and killed, and nothing happened. So they are not scared. If they are scared to come back home to spend their dollars and pounds in Nigeria here, how will the Naira show up? So let the government, bring up a national orientation agency program that will kind of give confidence back to Nigerians from selling their properties. Nigerians are selling properties to travel to Spain. So when you go to South Africa, as case may be, it's so difficult, and I don't want to say more than this. Thank you.
Let me also introduce Wadi Chimenem Esquire, legal advisor, Pandef Obiakpo chapter, and a voice for Nkpolu Rumugbo people of Abara Kingdom. It has changed though.
Yes, I have to. Charity begins at home. So you can be going to the central, and if the central cannot, you come back to your state of origin. That's my aborigine. So let me come back. I've been given my walking stick, and they know what title is all about now.
It's beginning to sound like it is self-titled.
Not self-titled. The people sat down and they deliberated, and I was qualified.
So
I don't know what it takes to
they
be.
remove the Ekinibo clan.
No, they are all there. We have different dynasty. I have niche out my own. My family has every right to niche out. So we are connected to the national grid.
Welcome, Barrister.
Thank you very much, Kelly.
Let's go to opinion poll.
It seems you're in Europe.
It's not a sweat. It's not a sweat jacket.
You're
it's
not
just
feeling
a
what
jacket.
you are feeling here.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Let's go to opinion poll because we're talking about how the Naira is doing, and then the CBN comes in focus. CBN $7.5 billion loans from U.S. lenders mar Nigeria's credit rating. Nigeria's dollar bond due in 2013 sank to 2.295 cents to its lowest level in the past 1 month on Friday. It's not a very long report, and we'll lace two of them together, so just give me some time. The Central Bank of Nigeria CBN security borrowing from JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs could set Nigeria's credit rating on a free fall to junk amid efforts to reposition the economy. The Apex Bank, in its newly released 2022 financials, reported borrowing $7.5 billion from U.S. banks, JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, by pledging securities. Analysts say the loan deal, which the central bank said was contracted in exchange for its securities to be held for collateral, may impair the nation's fragile fiscal position and credit rating. The CBN also disclosed that it entered into a 30-day forward contract totaling 3.15 trillion naira in 2022 with an undisclosed counterparties, 3.15 trillion naira. Now, an economist, Sylvester Anaba, an analyst with Lagos Investment House, tells Premium Times, where we are reading from, that there won't be severe consequences as much as the CBN can pay back its debt to these foreign creditors. The Apex Bank's disclosure of borrowing $7 billion and $500 million respectively from JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs leaves fragile investor confidence in Nigeria in danger of a fresh harm after President Bola Tinubu's host of currency reforms and termination of a regime of costly fuel subsidies that are already winning international investors back. Rating agency Finch last November downgraded Nigeria's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to a B- status from a B status, deteriorating in Nigeria's government debt servicing cost and external liquidity despite high oil prices. Let me not bore you with all of this. More irregularities from Premium Times. CBN books for 2022 shows that $3.2 billion is owed to an unnamed party as foreign currency forward contract payables. No notes were provided for clarity on the transaction accompanying the item. Since the loans from JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, etc., are collateralized with Nigeria's foreign assets and its securities, then current gross external reserves of about $30 billion becomes about $16.3 billion in net. A prominent economist who sought anonymity also told Premium Times. Now, the CBN for years reportedly failed to release its annual report showing details of its operations and financial obligations. Since 2005, when it started publishing details of its annual report on its website, the CBN never failed to publish the report until it stopped the publication of the crucial document shortly after the Muhammadu Buhari administration came to power. According to CBN Act of 2007, the Apex Bank is expected to publish its report within 2 months after the end of each financial year. The bank shall, within 2 months after the close of each financial year, transmit to the National Assembly and the President a copy of its annual accounts certified by the auditor. The CBN Act reads in part. Let me leave this story. Let's go to the other one in the cable that talks about allowances and furniture allowance for staffers of the CBN gulping over 155 billion in 2022 alone. 2022 alone. Furniture, housing, transport, CBN staff allowances gulped 155 billion in 2022. The CBN says staff allowances gulped $155.63 billion in 2022. The bank disclosed this in its audited financial statements for 2016 to 2022 released on Thursday. The regulator says the financial statements of the last 7 years posted on its website have been approved by its board in accordance with the provisions of the CBN Act of 2007. According to the report, the staff allowances include furniture, housing, leave, transport, productivity allowances, and others paid to staff during the period. The figure is 90 billion naira higher than CBN's recorded profit of 65.63 billion naira within the same period, according to the cable. It also shows that 37.2% more than 113 billion naira spent on staff allowances in 2021. Further checks of the financial statement show that the bank also spent the sum of 40 billion on staff loans in 2022. The amount is 133.3% higher than the 17.42 billion naira loan disbursed to staff in 2021. CBN did not provide details on how the number of staff members who were beneficiaries of the loan came about. But information on its website provides insight into the bank's current staff strength. Let's leave that part. Meanwhile, the CBN is currently facing an investigation of its operations. So this will be the heart of it. We know that Chukwuma Charles Soludo was doing this yearly annual report. Sanusi was doing so. Emefiele came on board. I want to assume, because it said that from sometime in 2017 they stopped posting. President Buhari came on board in 2015, and then by 2017 they stopped posting till date. Oversight functions by the National Assembly on the CBN never happened. The National Assembly never insisted on the CBN to submit their reports. Everything went at the whims and caprices of the president, Muhammadu Buhari, at the time. And this is where we are. We talk about leaks in the CBN. We talk about inadequacies in the CBN. Today, Emefiele is having to answer some questions. They're said to be criminal in nature, at least to the extent of firearm possession, at least so far. But when we hear this, in terms of what, this is just part of the report. The loans collected from JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs did not receive legislative approval. On whose approval did the CBN do what they did? It's also been said that the CBN was printing money for the federal government. In fact, the CBN was funding to a large extent the deficit in the budget. The CBN was unilaterally funding some of those deficits. I don't know where we begin to track what has happened in the CBN. Because if the CBN is in this shape, the economist which we shared with you this morning said the CBN is in a bad shape, in a very, very bad shape. Maybe from an outsider's view. Insiders could disagree. But this is what we have of our Apex Bank today, that Emefiele chaired for more than almost 10 years. Because he served an initial 5-year term.
Yeah.
And then he's serving another 5-year term, and he's been suspended in that role. Let me take the views of Barrister Chimenem, who just joined us. Structure of the CBN. I know one of the nominees for ministerial position had said there is a need for the CBN structure to be overhauled. That the CBN should not be allowed to act as though they are of themselves. That we should have a structure, a unit that actively supervises the CBN so that these excesses can be checked before it escalates. Do you think that may help in a situation like this?
Thank you very much. I think clearly, Kelly, if there is a policy thrust and a will, the problem is that when you look at the kind of, foundation we have in Nigeria in terms of institutions so far, you will see that we have fallen short of standard. The political space have taken over, has eroded virtually all the standard that is needed in Nigeria. I was looking at Iraq was invaded in 1990. And after that invasion,
that was the first invasion.
Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990, the first invasion. And we discovered that America did not even allow that. Recently, Awaf Ahmed, the president, took over from Kuwait. Kuwait became, they are so rich, the same oil, mineral, all the petroleum composite that is here in Africa, and Nigeria particularly, is what Kuwait, has. As I speak to you, Kuwait is led by Anwaf. As I speak to you, when you look at the historical antecedent of Anwaf, the man is just, if you look at, anytime you look at people, you say education is good. But in terms of leadership is naturally in down. What we need in Nigeria is wisdom. Right now, they have the best Iran in the world. In the Arab, they are the richest, followed by Qatar. In fact, Kuwait is even richer. What I'm saying is that there is a policy direction. If you're caught as a government official stealing anything, you will be executed in Kuwait. In Iraq, where you have Abdul Rashid, if you're caught upon the religion of duty in the office, that if you're caught, I'm talking about Iraq. Kuwait had independence in 1961. Nigeria had independence before Kuwait. Now, if you're caught as a government official in Iraq, you will go in for it. Going in is not just, your family will be named and shamed. Then you will go through the Arabian laws. And part of it is execution. So people are mindful of what they do. As a government official, you must be very careful. If you want to be smart, you will be very, very smart. But if you're caught along the line, of course, you go in for it. Why am I saying this? We have practiced all kinds of level of democracy or system of government. We have done presidential system, parliamentary system. In fact, what we are practicing now is pseudo democracy. It doesn't have a name. At a point, yes, if you look at from the analytical point, there are a lot of wisdoms that are shaded concerning Nigerian democracy. Does it even allow for freedom of expression? There are avalanche of litanies of, constitution that allows this. Recently, Serap has sued the Senate. We know that it goes to nowhere. It's like taking me to my father's court. I wonder what my father will do. Because we meet at home. Mine is to stand at the witness box and watch at him as my father. Let me see the kind of judgment he will give. Because he has to see my mother at night. So there will be a lot of embargoes. There may not be love again. My mother may not kiss him again. So a lot of things will go on.
No, but now, even if your father decides to act, the hypothetical situation that you're speaking of, even if your father decides to act, the overall implication, because your father could make the first statement, someone else is not required to carry off what your father has said.
Have you forgotten where we're coming from?
We're
eroded, the morals have been eroded. We are seeing total moral decadence in all the institutional values in Nigeria. There is no institution you go to in Nigeria that you don't see the monster called corruption. It has been enlisted. In fact, as I speak to you, it's one of the things that is being celebrated. So if we have ceremonial people who will take leadership, not serious in terms of leadership, and I look at the electioneering, what are the processes of formation of party in Nigeria? The processes is that, one, you must have a registered party, then have a manifesto. Nobody cares if you are thoroughly. Look, in all the manifestos, go and look at the grammatical, a lot of things that are acceptable. Things that if you read, is even, in fact, you begin to compare it with the Bible we have today. Some of us are reading. They are so beautiful. But in practice, what happens? Who are the members of political parties? At what level do we form them? And it is at that point we begin to, look at leadership. We appoint people of incredible characters that are questionable. And that is why I say, look, if you have electoral college, if you have somebody in leadership, I cited the case of Kuwait, even in Rwanda, after the genocide. Look at what Paul Kagame is doing there. As I speak to you, investors are coming to Rwanda.
And he wants to die in office.
No, it does not matter whether he wants to die. If there is leadership or excellence, it does not matter. It's like what is going on in Cameroon.
Can there be
the people are
else?
saying that we run for beer.
Can there be someone else?
No, we're not saying
with a fine idea.
Can we just live about whether someone else? There are good people. If we even have the Paul Kagame in Nigeria.
If Nelson Mandela wanted to remain in office, I'm sure a lot of South Africans would have celebrated him for remaining in power.
Can we just?
But in the spirit of democracy, he served the term.
Let us not decry more than they believe. It's like what the junta in Niger. The people of Niger are saying, please leave for man.
I hate the fact that we're even touching on this because you also know that in the same Rwanda, they are speaking of suppression of the rights of citizens and the opposition.
Can I
of that.
Can I inform you?
So let's stay on this.
Now, this instances must come.
Okay.
For the benefit of
it's just like if you take me to certain areas, my ear will stand.
No, go and look at the
once you take me there.
Go and look at the jersey that Arsenal is putting on.
Nobody can.
They could have swear put visit Nigeria.
I refuse to be excited about Rwanda.
No. Don't say no.
Paul Kagame inherited a nation that was in a very bad state because of the civil war. Because of the civil war, he was able to stabilize that nation. He has been able to grow the economy.
Thank you.
What is wrong in stepping aside for someone else to continue the work?
Can I inform you of something? What did you say now? Stabilize the economy. If we have a stabilized economy and the government is stealing us, we are okay. There is light, the amenities, expected amenities are here.
The opposition,
do you think that people will worry?
The opposition in Rwanda that they are suppressing.
How many of the opposition?
You're not aware?
See, how many of the opposition?
You're not aware of the opposition that they are suppressing in Rwanda?
The people are okay. The issue of Tutsi and Hutu has gone to the past. What I'm saying is that there is a policy direction. Forget about the tears. What we are shouting here. What's the bane of our problem?
Our problem is Nigeria. Let's talk about
That's what I'm saying. No, you must cite instances. We've gotten independence before.
Let me ask the question
again.
Yes. Let me ask the question again.
Yeah.
Do you think that a structural overview of the CBN
overhaul
of the CBN would help at this time?
Yes, it will help. But let me tell you, that's why I said what we need is policy direction. If we have an organogram that is jealously guided, where we begin to ensure that the laws are workable. We have a lot of laws. My senior colleague will equally agree with me that there are a lot of laws that are still unimplemented. These laws are there from time immemorial. Who are the drivers of these laws or the implementators of these laws? They are all there. The legislature is there. The executive is there. The judiciary is there. The question we're asking is that what manner of leadership do we appoint?
Okay.
Because at the community level, you appoint a man simply because he has an avalanche of all the resume in this world. But in terms of leadership, the man does not perform. But you still want to keep him there. The CBN, who are the characters in CBN? It is a hierarchy thing. If a Benfele goes out, the junior will have to take over, whoever that is there. And what is going on now is political anointment. Whoever that is will be there to work for me. That is the man I will approve. Whether he has a good character or he's not even moral, but let him be there to listen to me.
Okay.
So what we need to do is that there must be implementation in terms of our laws. Ordinarily, you don't just overhaul. The corruption will still remain there. How do we even delete corruption? It is by execution. When these people are caught, look, the law said that. There are clear evidences that the law said that. At so point, you must gazette. There must be accountability by CBN. But you can see the flaws. They've not been gazetting. And the former president, who claimed to be an epitome of a man who fights corruption, is now the champion of. In fact, he is the one encouraging and abating corruption. So what happened? At this long time, years of unaccountability, do you just overhaul without even ensuring that those that committed this deliberate dereliction of duty in service are meant to pay for it? How many of these politicians are in prison?
Let me
so we are living in a country where we just, we allow people move freely. And that is why if I'm appointed, I will say, well, I will steal. And at the end of the day, I will do plea bargain. That's the only option. Immunity and plea bargain.
Mr. Ndekwe.
Kelly, you are asking whether if the CBN goes with maybe a countermeasure, whether it will help. Yes, it will help. But helping in what kind of economy? The economy itself is on the ground. And as at what you read, it shows that the CBN has its contribution to making the economy run to seed.
Can I ask a question?
Go on.
How horrible was Emefiele as CBN governor in your summation? How horrible
I think
was Emefiele?
I think very horrible, because he was operating as if he took the position of God, all-knowing. Yes, when he brings out any policy, any financial policy, and you see experts will be picking holes at that policy, Emefiele will just not look their way.
Can we juxtapose this with, or perhaps reference the one that sat over the CBN as the final authority, President Muhammadu Buhari?
You see, the president, former president, of course, you know, I do not want to talk much about him because, see, when he started,
if he had economic sense, would we be where we are?
No, we won't. But that's where I'm going to now. I'm telling you, I am afraid what we are seeing, the sign, the telltale signs we are seeing right now in Tinubu's beginning is the same thing. I particularly was among the people that were defending Buhari that, no, it wasn't time to blame him. Let's give him more time. But Kelly, when time starts giving from 1, 2, 3, you know, it's 4 years. And then you start thinking, when exactly is it going to happen? And we gave 8 years. Nothing really changed. Nothing really changed. You remember now we are saying, Tinubu, is it not too early? My brother, it's not too early. When a snake, according to my people, whoever snake bites, there's even a rope on the road. You see rope, you jump, you think that experience you have from the snake. So I think Nigerians should rise up now to think about what they can do economically to revamp the economy of this nation. If saying that we give Tinubu time, we have seen it. He just came and then he brought in this policy of FS policy of reunification and all that. Is it taking off forward or backward? And the worst offense anybody could commit is being stagnant. Stagnant. Because I keep on saying, if you are going back, you may see where things were better. Then you now take all those issues and come to your front to say that let me use it and rebuild since it's a better one. But when you remain stagnant, forward we are not going, backward we are not going. Then we are now look at what the CBN is said to be. You are now giving, which is we have many National Assembly. We keep on battering National Assembly. The CBN is another National Assembly. So they keep on taking care of their staff and all that. To the point that what they use in taking care of their staff will even be bigger.
More than the profit they make.
Can you imagine that? When does it happen in a nation? And then we have the CBN governor and we have the president who has his ears. Yet nothing is moving. And the economic team of the president, the former president, was, I don't know what I can say about it, the best, the cream of the society. Yet, in terms of economy, so nothing happened. Does it mean that they were not advising him? They could have advised, and he won't listen.
Let me leave these questions for Architect Bosimo. When we come back after the news, we'll get the answers. Mr. Integrity starts as president, and CBN did not submit its audited reports every year for well over 7 years. It did not happen. Mr. Integrity sat as president of Nigeria, and the CBN took a loan from foreign banks, and Nigerians did not know about that loan. And Mr. President was there as president of Nigeria, Mr. Integrity. And then the CBN at this point is giving us this report. If those reports had come, for instance, on the yearly basis, it would have been perhaps less of a mountain for us to climb now in addressing some of the issues plaguing the CBN. When we come back, we'll get the response of Architect Bosimo for some of these questions. But for now, let's go for the news update. Stay with us.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News Update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. His Royal Highness Eze Chituru Oyagri has insisted that he remains the authentic paramount ruler of Ogbele in Ahoda East local government area of Rivers State. Eze Oyagri, who was reacting to reports of some individuals in the community addressing someone else as paramount ruler, maintained that the issue of the paramount ruler of Ogbele is not in dispute. The Ogbele monarch also dismissed reports of the extension of the tenure of the Community Development Committee. On the report of an alleged imposition of a representative of Ogbele community in Board of Trustee of Arodel Holdings, Eze Oyagri insisted that High Chief Lot Okudu remains the choice of the community, dismissing allegations that Umaru Buba is causing problem in Ogbele. Oil marketers say petrol will rise to between 680 and 720 naira per litre in the coming weeks should the dollar continue to trade between 910 and 950 naira to a dollar at the parallel market. They also hinted that dealers seeking to import petrol are being forced to put the plans on hold due to the scarcity of the foreign exchange to import the commodity. The warning came barely 1 week after the local currency crossed the 900 naira to a dollar ceiling, with the dollar selling at over 945 naira at the parallel market as of Friday. The major oil dealers said petrol price hike is imminent unless the local currency appreciates in the coming weeks. The National Judicial Council has dismissed a letter purportedly emanating from it, surrendering its statutory powers and functions on judges' appointments and promotions to state governors. The NJC said the letter addressed to the Chief Judge of Kebbi State and purportedly signed by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, did not emanate from the Council or the CJN. A statement issued yesterday by NJC's Director of Information, Shoji Oyi, described the letter as a fake and advised the general public to discountenance it and its content. The council also says it has reported the case to relevant security agencies with a view to investigating and bringing those behind it to book. On the foreign scene, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has inspected key munitions factories, including a tactical missile production plant, and ordered a drastic boost in manufacturing of missiles, rocket launchers, shells, and other weapons. According to state media, the inspections are the latest in a string of visits by Kim to defense facilities where he has emphasized the mass production of weapons. It comes as South Korea and the United States prepare for annual military drills that North Korea views as an invasion rehearsal. It also comes as officials in the US say they believe Russia is seeking North Korean weapons for its war with Ukraine. There are reportedly Kim visited factories producing tactical missiles, mobile launch platforms, armored vehicles, and artillery shells on Friday and Saturday. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning, and thank you for your time.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, let's return to our conversation. Let's go straight to architect Bozimo. I asked the questions already, so let me just take your response and try to understand how what has happened.
You said correctly that when somebody entered office about 8 years ago plus, he came in under the brand of Mr. Integrity. And then we heard all sorts of things about body language, which I liken to body odor. And it was said he was here. I likened it to body odor. And it was said that he came to come and overturn a whole lot of corruption. And there was a reputation he had garnered in his first coming as a military president in a coup, incidentally, at that time, where he made something called Why. I'm old enough to remember that time, where basically he started a string of corruption that has persisted him till today. Now, the narrow definition of corruption is what people always remember. When you talk of corruption, a policeman at a roadside, a person taking a bribe, that's petty corruption. I know it costs us a lot, but it's petty. Corruption, by definition, is when you pervert the course of something. You corrupt a process, you corrupt a system, you corrupt. So when you do a coup, you engage in the ultimate form of corruption because you're overturning a government. Mr. Integrity has that on his record. In his second coming, the Constitution talked about distribution of offices, but in his wisdom, he concentrated certain offices, much to people's dismay, in a certain region of the country. That was corruption. Then we talk about the CBN supposed to release reports. It's a process. The head of a government is not just to have sitting allowance and travel all over the world for ear, teeth, and nose assignments. The head of the government is to put people and processes in place so that whether you are there or not, people do what they're supposed to do and as and when due. For the central bank, first of all, conventionally, it is said that the CBN is independent of government. But sitting almost on day one, the president corrupted that convention by saying the CBN must not, tamper with the currency. So he entered and corrupted that process. And we have seen now in his rearview mirror, because he has now left, is he in Niger yet? Maybe not. In his rearview mirror, that the processes of something as significant economically as the central bank were being corrupted by them not doing what they're supposed. Do you know that for most of us in this place, if you don't do your taxes, there are many things you'll not be able to do. You don't have tax clearance, you can't get this, you can't get that, you can't get a piece of land, you can't. But at the height, the towering height of Nigerian government under the former president, the CBN, did you hear some certain words in that story you read? Debts to unknown entities. This goes for...
The ways and means wasn't mentioned in the report.
Listen, that's one of the...
It wasn't mentioned in the report.
That story you were reading, I will never put myself out as an economic expert. Therefore, I will tell you, it was what I call a numbers-heavy story. There's a certain number of figures you start reading out, and I just back off because the numbers start tumbling upon me in a way that I will need to read it myself. When you're reading it out, I can't really comprehend. But the words that stood out of me, there were certain debts to unknown entities. The nation is indebted to people we don't know. Then you step aside. Apart from the president and the CBN governor obviously in cahoots doing something that I assert was a corrupt process, where was the National Assembly? Were they able to come down from their bulletproof cars wearing their Baban Regas, and from the fact the monies that are given to them for newspapers and so on, where were they doing that famous supposed oversight? How was it that for years? We're not talking of years. We're not talking about one, fiscal year. Sometimes, even the best of us have not submitted all our reports as and when due. I stand guilty. There's some deadlines I have missed by a week, a month.
No, not by 7 years.
That's why I'm saying. So I wanted to first of all call myself out that I have not been perfect all my life in doing my own reporting. But for 7 years, 5 years, the National Assembly, let the eyes have it. Let us get emails in our mailboxes. Have seen a country where the CBN has been playing games with the economic fortunes of the country, receiving absurd and frankly scandalous reimbursements for being in their very offices, and this was happening. Was that what the definition of a rubber stamp National Assembly meant? That they would not even question or do the very work they were supposed to do? So back to the CBN. There was supposedly a professional, Emefiele, in office. He had JD, job description, of what to do. In doing it, when he found himself, maybe, I can't speak for him, but if conceptually he found himself in a situation where he was being asked to do certain things that in his professional opinion were improper, he always had the option of resigning. If he did not resign, he is as culpable as who? As President Muhammadu Buhari, GFCR, who headed that type of corrupt process in government where a CBN under him being what they call the president, commander-in-chief of the arm, commander-in-chief of everything he literally observes, allow the CBN run riot. So when you are talking about Emefiele, as you ought, I think that conversation should be done in lockstep with former President Muhammadu Buhari. Otherwise, you are being unfair and you are further corrupting the administration of justice.
Let me think of a few things, and I'll just reference the statement made by Obasanjo at some point, that he knew that Muhammadu Buhari did not have economic sense. But then he anticipated or perhaps countered that by saying that if he could tackle insecurity and corruption, perhaps the economy would be fine. That was his argument. And perhaps for him, it was a logical argument at the time.
You could even say that if you have somebody who has a history of security and the person takes on, because like Barrister said, people are not returned to the country now because of security. A story taken earlier today somewhere said farmers are having challenges because you cannot go and farm and be killed. So security is ahead. If, according to the promise, bring back our girls, former President Buhari had come and truly brought back our girls and secured Nigeria, trust me, other sectors may have improved. I'm not talking about 100%, but they would not have regressed about 40 or 100 years as we have in the past 8 years under President Muhammadu Buhari, in my view.
So let me go to Barrister Adams. There are certain things that the administration of Tinubu, they are trying to make a normal that used to be a normal for us. Up until Buhari came on board, we used to have one exchange rate. Up until Buhari came on board.
Yes.
And things just went from whatever it was and to where it is. And this president is really grappling. But I'd like to ask you, should Tinubu, in having a solution, should he have waited to say perhaps now he has a special investigator looking at the CBN? Because understanding the rot in the CBN and trying to address it would, even to a large extent, depend on factor into how he would succeed with some of the policies that he has announced, especially the foreign signification. If you have policies in the CBN, if the CBN has debt, we already heard that if we say we have 30 billion, right, as external reserves, which mainly comes from oil exports. Now we can't even be shouting of that because you have to be looking at profit margins for you to say that that's a reserve. You want to save this one. You're not even there now. So that is even on the side. If the CBN is having these records as we're hearing it from their own reports after 7 years, perhaps should he as president, maybe he did not anticipate this, waited to say, let's find out our true status of things. The one that they threw at him was subsidy. And he was quick to dive at it, remove subsidy. But there are bigger monsters in our system that the government never even told us about. Just there, waiting to explode in our faces. People living fat, well, and large, when majority scrounging on a daily. So, my question is this. Should the president, should he have waited before announcing the policies that he announced and this crisis that we have found ourselves?
Well, I believe that I wouldn't say the president would have waited, or maybe he would have gone ahead, because I don't know his motive. If I were there, I would have done things differently. Let me just use that to kind of generally answer your question. But my main concern, which has been not just today, has been that since I have been on radio, I have been trying to periscope the nation called Nigeria. And I found out that Nigeria is a cesspool of corruption. CBN, any other institution or a body as they call it, corporate bodies as they call them, they are all corrupt institutions. The reasons are not far-fetched. Number one, Obama said that what we have in Africa, named Nigeria, is that we have strong men and not strong institutions. Now, I quite agree with that particular postulation of Obama that has resonated as we speak today on this particular topic we are discussing. Nigeria ought to be a democracy that practices constitutional democracy. But I dare say that Nigeria does not practice constitutional democracy. If we practice constitutional democracy, I do not think we'll be having this kind of problems. The presidents before now would have set a precedent that Tinubu or anybody taking over power from Buhari would have followed suit. Now, what am I talking? Section 85, Section 16 of the 1999 Constitution. Section 16 talks about management of the economy for the happiness of every Nigerian. Now, the CBN or whatever it's doing is part of the economy. That is, they call it economic objective. Then you now run down to Section 85. Where is the office of the Auditor General of the Federation? The office of the Auditor General of the Federation is the only office, apart from the AGM's office, that is given powers, leverage, oil with lubricants, constitutional lubricants, to act suo motu and audit all account of the federal government. Whether it is CBN, CAC, NBC, whatever as the case may be, it is the duty, that's the number one duty for which that particular office is set up under Section 85, or 85 of the 1999 Constitution. If you go through that section, it says that every year a body, corporate or otherwise, like the CBN, ought to have been audited. He can even move to CBN. He can move to Corporate Affairs Commission at the end of every year to request for their books and records.
So what if they
are not doing it?
What if the president told them not to make a move?
No, that particular office is a creation of the Constitution. So the powers of the that office derive directly from the Constitution. You understand the point now? So and the president does not, just like the CBN governor, the president does not take out and sack like that. You cannot remove or appoint an auditor general just like that. So it has a limit of independence.
Is the CBN not supposed to be independent?
Of course, I said a semblance. It's just the same thing they are having. All right. So what I'm saying is
the CBN in what is supposed to be independent go print money in ways and means.
That is what I'm saying, that we are not practicing
beyond its ceiling.
See, Kelly, I'm saying that's what I'm saying, that we are not practicing constitutional democracy. If we are practicing it, these kind of things will not happen. How can a CBN, are we in Uganda, that the CBN will just continue printing money the way and manner or at the whims and caprices of a president? Even though the CBN is an independent body, so they just wake up in the morning and begin to print naira at the whims and caprices of the president, just like Idi Amin Dada did to the CBN of Uganda? Is that what you are telling me? That they have the right because they are independent? That is anachronistic and at the same time not congruent with what I'm talking about. Because you have that same black independence, don't mean they cannot audit you. What I'm saying is that the National Assembly, even if the president is having an overbearing influence on the CBN, what is the duty of the National Assembly?
Which of them?
To check and balance.
Which of the National Assembly?
The NAS that we have.
Is it the one under
no, that is
Saraki?
You are giving it. I'm 16. Excuse me, sir. With due respect.
You're looking at it in general.
In
what
general,
the law says.
That is what the law says.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say here. I'm not trying to trivialize.
And I'm looking at it from.
I'm not trying to bring to a comic level.
No, I'm looking at it from our own reality.
Then that becomes a bundle of comic relief. It's not what I'm trying to do.
In our own level, yes. In our own reality, we had a Senate president that said whatever the president.
That is procedural. I'm talking about the law. If things were to be as it ought to be, that is why I am advocating that we remove or maybe burn the constitution and say we are not practicing constitutional democracy. That is my argument here, or my take, as the case may be. I am not looking at the shenanigans of the offices of this particular institution talking about. I am saying that the reason why we have this kind of problems and corruption, monumental one for that matter, is because institutions do not work and we do not follow what the constitution says in Nigeria. Now, if the CBN is independent or maybe has a semblance of independence, can the CBN just go out of control and begin to print money? My answer is no. If the Auditor General's office does not even have 100% independence, can it not even evoke 10% of its independence to say, let me write to CBN governor, let me write to CAC for them to bring their books to examine? Can they do that? That's the question I'm asking. Now, if you recline on your chair and you do not walk, what will not happen? Things will go bad. Let me tell you, I read one particular article said, look, it is not how bad things are now that worries me, but how worse it will become if I refuse to act. That is the problem we have in Nigeria today. And there is no way, as I say with due respect to Nigeria and Nigerians, unless we recline and recede ourselves from this, shenanigans. And, see, I don't know, I won't talk again for Nigeria. Nigeria will never be a country that will be proud of. Okay. Let's practice constitutional democracy. That is what we are set up for.
Okay, so we have another conversation for opinion poll, but let's suspend that and go to real talk. The governor's perhaps warning. What they call it, riot something. You get the riot. Is it Riot Act? Yeah. To traditional rulers. This time it's Ogba Igwema Indoni local government area. Some things leave me really disturbed in what the governor said, and it's not new. It's a revelation that we keep hearing from them while in office or even out of office. I think it was the former governor Nyesom Wike who accused Abiy of receiving contracts for a certain job. He didn't say whether the job was done, to what extent it was done. He only said, it's not your fault. It's because, blame me, I gave him the contract. There is one of Andoni. In fact, according to, let me read that. We had to begin, was what we closed with when we're reviewing some of the trending stories on social media, that audio excerpt. Stop sabotaging my administration else. Well, the else is that they will withdraw. Mm-hmm. They will stop the contract. They will just stop. That's his own else. The previous governor is, I will revoke your title. That was the previous governor. I will revoke your title. The same says, we will stop the contract. So he had a meeting with opinion leaders and stakeholders from the Ogba Igwema Indoni local government extraction. And he was talking about the state of ongoing reconstruction of the Omok Igwema Road in their area and so on. And then he talked about a certain petition written to him by a certain group. Another petition demanded that the first is that petition, because I said citizens have a right to make a request, but it depends on the request that you're making. So they were requesting him to withdraw it from, is it MCC? Withdraw from MCC and award to Julius Berger for the construction of that road. And the governor questioned the audacity of that request to the state government. And then he went on to say that some persons were sabotaging that road. He gave the bus boost to Andoni people. that do they want to be like Anthony people, that their road is under construction for more than 20 years now, that they should be better than it. But the part that is most chilling for me is this part. I had to highlight it and share on our Facebook platform. The governor stated that he has got hint of moves in the area to disrupt the project already re-awarded, and 5.2 billion naira committed. They re-awarded it the sum of I think 7.7 billion to, is this Cetraco or MCC? One of them. Cetraco. I don't expect this from you. This project was approved for you people's benefit, for your people's benefit. You nominated a contractor. The contractor failed. Now we re-awarded and we're paying another money. Original cost of that job when it was awarded was 8.8 billion. It was reviewed to 13.3 billion. Total amount as at that time before the revocation was 12.7 billion. So you don't understand how we feel about this. Your Excellency, I really don't care how you feel about it. I personally do not care how you feel about it. If you're not going to do anything about getting that money back, I don't care how you feel. Your feeling is too infinitesimal for me to want to care. We're talking about our common money. This is our wealth. If it sits in one person's bank account and you say I should care how you feel, no, it's not enough. No, sir. Now we have re-awarded the job to Cetraco for 7.5 billion. 7.5 billion naira. I wonder how. And we have already committed 5.2 billion to show you our commitment. Cetraco is not a pushover company. To make my position clear, Cetraco will continue with this job. I expect you to give necessary support and cooperation, and you have a clean road. The rest is what he said. Let's begin with the request. What constitutes a legal request by citizens? They say withdraw it from MCC and give it to Julius Berger. Is that a sensible request that a governor should either look into and decide whether or not he wants to accept or decline, or get angry about? Chiminem.
Well, thank you, Kelly. I think, first of all, the people have every right whatsoever in a constitutional democracy. We have seen the level of the snail pace of most of these companies. Even when they assume to be body companies, we have seen that in their character, that in carrying out their duties, we have seen that there are some persons who are in the same companies whose character is to ensure that they don't speed off job. And it's all written down. Communities, we are all living in River State. We all know companies that can, when they come in, including the Cetraco. Cetraco left East-West Road for several years under Anene. And we all know several companies that if you call them, people will begin to cry. Now, it is also the duty of the people to request in a constitutional democracy. The constitution allows for that. But it has to be reasonable.
Is this reasonable?
Now, within the context of their request, I've not seen the body of that letter. But I think in every community, there are opinion leaders. There are chiefs. There are those that everybody cannot represent a community. If the people are yearning, they will carry it down to the opinion leaders that this is what we want. They can equally represent themselves. Where in the absence of those opinion leaders that they have compromised, because over the years we have seen huge compromise from the high and mighty within the community, especially those that the community have given their trust over sometimes or years. People are beginning to assume leadership. And because of that broken trust, people are beginning to see themselves as representatives. I can tell you in several communities, people are assuming to be leaders because their leadership at the top level has failed them. Now, if you look at the character of MCC, I'm not trying to say that disdaining the fact that they've not been doing a job. In fact, most of the job at Mobiapo and some NK and all the rest, MCC have been there for quite some time. And this could be another way of sabotage because we have seen that effort and incidences have shown that over the years, some persons in the community who may not even want government presence or who are looking for exchange of something, because what we are seeing is that when government comes like this, information are at the call and beckon of government that each time they come to develop a particular place, people want to ask for royalty. People want to say, look, this is not what we want. And sometimes they could even approach the company and say, look, give us so amount. It has been going on in River State. and other places, particularly in Niger Delta, that in fact there is a company that came to where I stay to develop a place. The people had to stand up and say, look, we don't want it. You have to pay us. I said, God, are we still living in this primordial kind of age? We should have, ascended to something better. That a company has come to develop a road. We should be able to even guide them jealously. And in the wisdom of governance, they have, a lot of information and their tips. They pay for these things. And that is why they say, look, if we are going to anywhere, you know that government will have to pay a particular community for them to start a job. And yet the same people will start crying. For us, I'm not part of the cabinet, but the information on daily basis, and even where I'm from, the communities where we are from, both adjacent, we see that people are crying for development. Some other people are not even, they will tell you, leave it like that.
Okay, so
if you must develop, so in that ground, it is on that ground that, and of course, the government have been quiet for quite some time. Like he said, that you don't take me for granted simply because I'm quiet. Of course, you know what the power of a government is. Yes, there's a way you push a government, you think he will not do anything. People have been saying, Asim is so quiet, he can't speak, he can't talk, the man is so quiet. He said he will respond, and that they should understand the enormous power of a governor. So for me, I don't know the tune, but when you go to most remote areas, most of these payloaders, caterpillars, government, most of these company workers are being beaten on daily basis, sometimes kidnapped.
Okay, so
it's uncalled for.
Is it the right of citizens to demand that this group, if they're not doing a good job, withdraw it and re-award it to another group?
They've not started, so you can't judge them by mere fact that you saw their presence. And like I said, MCC have been here since before 1976. They've been doing job. In fact, the Ikwere Road you see today, part of the Ikwere Road, Rumola, was done by MCC. MCC, part of Eneka, and most of the roads in the town axis were done by MCC.
So I'm a little confused now. Maybe it's the information. The petition is for the withdrawal of the job from MCC.
That's why I said
to Julius Beja.
To Julius Beja. Yes, I think.
But the current contract has been re-awarded to
Cetraco. That's why I'm saying it is also, remember, it is also in the best interest of government to equally know the services that are better. Because with what we are doing now, where we are running a better consumer democracy, where, just as my colleague said, it is easy for the people to begin to say, look, this is what we want. But this is what we want. It has to be in a reasonable form. Because from what the governor said, some of them are even making it look as if it's a compelling thing. Governor, you must give it to this. The government can equally decide and say, look, we will not do it. Will you be the government? You only shout on the pages of newspaper.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that whatever we are doing as a community, and from what we have seen in the past, is that it must be from a reasonable point of view. What we are seeing is that there are a lot of sentiments.
Barrister Adams,
yes.
The same question I need to understand.
Yes.
What is within the legal rights of citizens to make such demand? Can you insist that this contractor, for whatsoever reason, is not doing well, withdraw this job from them and give it to this other contractor? Perhaps the argument could be for some of this person. The governor did not give us full details of that petition.
That's why I said there was no evidence.
He didn't give us full details.
Like down the road, remember they were working before the governor had to go there and stop the job and say, look, there was delay. But there was no such delay.
He just said there was a petition to withdraw from this to this, right? It could be with the sentiment that a lot of people share.
Yeah.
That the previous governor used Julius Beja to build a lot of the roads in his neighborhood.
Yeah, and because of the solidity
and the quality.
Yeah.
I don't even know. See, when we talk about the quality, I feel like it's hyped. you look at some of the projects by Julius Beja, some of those bridges, the roads are falling apart.
You know what I feel about all these things is this
sentiment.
I still go back to my constitution. I love my constitution so much. When I read it, say we the people. You understand? When they say we the people, the opening stanza say we the people. You understand? If I'm to compose a song using the constitution, my first stanza is that we the people, I begin to sing. Now, if you want to construct or bring a project to my community, it is within our rights to know the kind of project you are bringing and for what purpose that project is going to be. Whether it's going to be for public interest, you have to come and tell us.
Okay.
2, I am entitled to question and probe that particular project. For instance, you cannot tell me that you want to spend 10 billion naira on a project, and at the end of the day, because the way Nigeria is constituted, you go and spend 100 million or 10 billion. I have the right to do that constitution. That is what I'm trying to say. Now, the people also are behaving this way because there's this lack of trust and confidence between people and the government. So they are feeling now that why should Julius Berger work in one particular part of the estate and you are now bringing another whatever to come and work in my community? We have a kind of there's this kind of feeling Nigerians normally have to say Julius Berger is a high quality company.
But that's what they've said.
That is what they said. You understand? That's they said Julius Berger is a high quality company.
That's what the current governor says.
Yes.
That's what the former governor used to say.
That's right. That is a high quality company. So we don't know. It is based on what the governor has told us, and from the bridges we have seen also, we feel that they are well cast in concrete, etc., as the case may be. But we don't know whether Forjuro or any other company or big figure is better than Julius Berger. So it's what we see that we begin to look at, as the case may be. But where I am concerned, I'm not concerned about the engineering, superiority of companies. But I'm talking about the right of the people, whether they have the right to ask the governor.
That's what the question is, yes.
Yes, they have the right to ask him.
They have the right
They have the right to question him, but they don't have that right, to lord it, over him, to say you must do this.
Okay.
But they have the right to question the governor and say, sir, what nature of project is this? How much is this going to cost, as the case may be?
In this case, from what the governor said,
yes,
it's the contractor. The insistence was
they don't want this contractor.
Remove it from this contractor.
That's right. But I think that if we follow the constitution, if people say we don't want this contractor and they give cogent and verifiable reasons why they don't want that contractor, the governor has to do what? Look at it critically and evaluate it and take his action and say, okay, he can come and convince the people to say, no, your facts you are brought in here are not correct. Comparing, juxtaposing this one and the one you want, they are all the same.
All right.
But you can't wave them off just like that because they are your subject. No, they're not your subjects.
They're not your subjects.
They are your citizens, and they are the ones that delegated that powers to you while you are governor today. Okay. That is just my take on this. So the people have the right to question whatever the governor is doing in their community or constituency, as the case may be. The governor also have the right to explain to them. But the people cannot lord it over the governor to say you must do that. And the governor will not and cannot lord it over the people to say this is what is going to happen, as the case may be. That's what I'm looking at.
Okay. Quickly.
Let me allow also.
No, quickly. I need to speak quickly because there's the B part of it that we haven't touched. That is that sum.
Yeah, there is an exemption to that.
Which is?
Yeah, the people, in as much as they have the right to tell the governor this is what we want. Remember, the governor have an available evidence based on where we are coming from. The governor can, in as much as they can lord it, the governor cannot load it on them. But if there is every reasonability, like I said, would have been in writing, or opinion leaders from that same community would have represented effectively, they cannot compel the governor to choose a contractor for them. That is what I want to say. Whether it's constitutional or not, but in a democracy like ours, as it is now, the governor can as well say, look, this is what we want. And this is what is suit for us.
Okay.
Because based on what is going on, kidnapping and all the rest, because we are looking at circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence in the sense that people are being kidnapped, several things are happening. And I think it is, whether or not, whether we have because what we are seeing now is political sentiment. We have seen that over the years, contractors have been kidnapped. And if this company, let us look at the company, are they not fit? Have they not been doing road?
Okay.
Is it the first time?
Okay.
I think it is the right of the governor.
Akita Bosima, you wanted to say something?
Yes. This is at its heart a project. What may be missing here is what they call stakeholder management. The people of those communities are as much a stakeholder as the government at large, and the contractor, and every other observer. We're all stakeholders to a larger and lesser extent. So there seems to be, and at the heart of every project is a communication. Communication is 90% of project success. From that snippet we listen to and the thing you're reading, what is at stake right now is method and manner of communication. Somebody feels, based on whatever other idea that the evidence in between Port Harcourt, Obiakpo, was that a certain company seemed to have been given and done a fair amount of work. And evidently, others are saying that same company ought to be the one assigned in an area. Stakeholder management would allow people have a more transparent sense of the contractor in question, who is assigned to this area. Then also a sense of, when we go to part B of money, we'll talk about that. Also a sense of projected timelines, time frame, human resources, equipment, so that you can build confidence in those stakeholders that company A has this same necessary equipment and profile as company B, and at the project level, they too will be able to address this project properly.
That's the communication gap.
That's the communication gap.
And that's what the government should have done in response.
That is what is called stakeholder management. You manage the stakeholders. The people in the community are indeed stakeholders.
Okay. So, okay.
Yes,
on this time.
Of course, I've not said anything.
No. There's the people that I'm going to bring up. No. You want to say something? No, leave him to say what he wants to say.
Let me say it. You see, Kelly, let's say this is Rumekini, and you want to build a road for Rumekini. Because you are government, so Rumekini people should not be invited to say, I want to do this particular road for you people. Julius Berger or whichever company is going to do it. And in that particular meeting, they say, sorry, sir, we don't want Julius Berger. I'm not even talking about Julius Berger doing everything in River State for now. But I said, you told people that Julius Berger, they have not known Julius Berger, or it has not been in charge of doing any work. But the people said, the community, you are doing the job for now, told you, no, we want Setraco, for instance. If it is democracy, one thing I have said, there is no democracy in Nigeria. If it is constitutional democracy,
it's their money now.
Which is their money? Did it come from their community?
Please allow me finish. No, you can take it the way you want.
Which is their money?
Please, so, if there were any constitutional democracy in Nigeria, you would say, okay, is it Setraco you want? What are your reasons? Thank you very much. And they will itemize their reasons. Once they finish, you now...
Gentlemen, please.
Once they finish, you carry the reasons of the community on your right hand and your own government reasons. Compare them. If your own outweighs their own, you tell them, look at the reason. These ones are going to be better. They are humans. They may accept. If they don't accept and say there should be modification, remember you are doing that road for them. Please, it is their right to ask. It is their right. I'm not looking at the legal angle or what. I always say I'm driven, because I'm not a lawyer, I'm driven by practical wisdom.
Okay.
Yes. So, Kelly, when you now tell them on your own because you are government, remember you are their son, they elected you. Except you believe that you enthrone yourself as a dictator. No, now, if you do not allow them that, you now choose a construction company for them. That, of course, means that you have loaded it over them. No, now, it's not done that way.
Okay.
So I believe the people now, but I do not know, because you know the government is always very coming out with few words that indeed they put the whole thing in translucency, in darkness, and people won't know exactly what is going on. If not, they would have told us why these people are opting for a change of company. Yes, they should have told us. And once we hear that, we also know whether the governor is right or wrong. See, that you are a governor does not mean you have all wisdom. No, it doesn't.
So let me just ask you this question. It was by mistake. It was Setraco. The protest letter was to withdraw it from Setraco to Julius Berger.
Good.
But it has already been awarded to Setraco. MCC was mentioned somewhere. I can't remember where. But I kept saying MCC, withdraw MCC. It's actually Setraco that they withdraw. But this is what the governor said. I start wondering who gave such person such power to be so commanding?
Communication, the tone.
The tone of their request.
Yes.
The tone of their request.
That word commanding is not about the content, but the manner.
Which was said. Okay, so
Kelly, see, they command. The governor did not tell us exactly what they said that is commanding. For instance, if they had written to him and said, I know they will follow protocol and say, please, sir, we want Julius Berger to replace Cetraco, and they must indeed bring out reasons why they are making that demand. It will not just be that Governor Fubara, please, we want you to give us Julius Berger and not Cetraco the end. Nobody says that. Nobody can say that kind of thing. But if they had mentioned the reasons, what are their reasons? So that I will know what I'm talking on that. I cannot be authoritative on this when I do not get the reasons of the community.
Do you know that
there's a thought that is ringing in my head, and I will not allow anybody to speak. I want to ask this question, and I'll ask this question now. It's ringing in my head.
Okay.
How many of us can write a letter today and it gets to the governor's table and the governor will receive it?
It will not.
How many of us?
It takes their protocol. The bureaucracy.
For someone to write a letter
and it gets there
and it gets to the governor,
yes.
The governor knows who wrote that letter.
Yes.
The person must be
Yes.
close to the governor,
Yes.
and the governor may be seeing this as a personal attack from that person to
And
him,
not
and
as
not
a
necessarily the community.
yes.
This is I want to add that. Sorry. In all projects, there's an element of risk management. Don't forget, right now, the purported ring road has been awarded to Julius Berger. It is arguably the largest single infrastructure project proposed for the next 2, 3, 4 years in Nigeria.
By any state government,
So,
according to them.
as part of a global project structure or portfolio, it could be that in a community asking that their own project in addition be awarded to Julius Berger, you might be tipping the scales into having entirely too much commitment to Julius Berger. Again, I insist that there is a gap in communication and stakeholder management, because all these facts, which we are not privy to, we don't see the letter, all these facts could be part, like Mr. Ndukwe said, of the details concerned. I have this sentiment, I have that this different opinion. The government, in its good wisdom, has its own sentiment, but a discourse could easily narrow the gap between.
I even want to add, under the freedom of expression, the communities have the right to express their opinion on any particular project that the governor is handling. Under section 22, even you, the media, the press, you have the right to even interrogate the governor on the ring road project or even this community project he's doing. That you are to hold the government responsible. You understand? And put them on their toes in my place now. I have the right to, air my opinion and say, sir, exactly why do you want to cite this here? For what purpose and who is taking care of this particular state? 2 is this. Let me tell you. If the governor is lording this over them, we have been complaining about spate of kidnapping. Now, if the community says they don't want, and you bring the company they say they don't want, when any kidnapping or security, they will run away, they will not even assist them. So, but if you bring the one that they request or they want, I'm saying that they will work in synergy with that particular, a company to, get that whole this and executive. It's my own thing. I'm just trying to say.
Could this also be a clash of interest?
It's just
those powerful and close to the governor that want a certain thing done, and what the governor wants, and they want to test.
It might also be business interests. You might not know. Maybe there are intrigues. There are the labyrinths. You understand the point? Underneath the subterranean and this thing that is there, you might not know the volcanic, whatever that is going on there. The seismic pressure that is going on.
Okay.
It might be interest, or maybe company A has those who lobby. Company B lobbied at the same time, but surprisingly, they now get to company A. Now, those who were close to the government say, no, why will you do that? They now, go through the back to put pressure on the community, to raise, some dust and create problem. It happens in Nigeria here.
Okay, quickly. What Madam said is true, Sir Adams. Look, clearly, in the bidding process, when it comes to having a contract.
We know there's no bidding in River State.
No, what I'm saying is that
let's pay ourselves the agony.
people lobby for this. Let me use the word lobby.
Okay, lobby. Okay.
Yes,
but not
there
bidding.
are a lot of interest.
Not bidding. We know they just announced this thing.
If you even say there could be an internal arrangement for bidding. Now,
where?
Please just allow me.
No,
you are not part of.
Maybe
Now,
don't you say
theoretical bidding.
Now, you may not believe. You're not in our this thing. You're not in the process.
That
now,
is the problem.
Now, let me.
No. This is the very problem.
There are a lot of
if a government, if a government carries out, if government carries out more of its activities in secret, there's a problem.
There is a problem.
It's open. It's open.
Yes.
How many adverts have we seen in media? In media spaces.
You see, when we came up here, when Annie was here before you came, the idea of whether or not there are gazettes as to what the River State Assembly was doing, what are the River State government does not do, accountability and all that. I said, look, there was an argument that came up, and I told Annie, look, it's a public document. These things are there. When you go, you have to change you have your correspondence. They go there. Those things are on public domain.
Budget.
If you're not a company, you've never told me you have a company. Then I will tell you how to bid.
Let me ask you a question. No. Let me ask you a question. Lagos State government advertised. Yes. For the 4th Mainland Bridge.
Where did you see it?
On the dailies.
Thank you. Did you apply?
No. I didn't need to apply because I don't have. Allow me ask my question. Okay. If you take me to places,
I will respond. At least I'm not there.
I will probe you on it. When they did that thing, I saw it.
You saw it.
I saw the costs.
Thank you.
They did a summary of the project.
That's the procedure.
They did a summary of the project, but even when it was awarded, the bidding process, it was equally made public.
Are you asking a question?
No, I've not finished. No, I've not finished.
Okay.
We saw all of those processes until it was finally announced that a company had been awarded the job. Abi, in River State, Ring Road.
Please now. You're asking me questions. You don't mean that you're asking questions. Don't tell me you belong to a party.
Allow me to finish my question.
I don't see you as a party man.
What's that road? Afam Road.
Please, are you asking me a question?
I'm still going to my question. Former governor said we have awarded it to Lubric, Afam Road. Oh, this road, we have awarded this one. Oh, this one, Dilabeja. Where's the question? At what point did you make it open that, hey, River State government intends to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roads? If you have capacity, bid for it. When?
Can I respond?
That's my question.
Thank you. You see, God forbid that you will be here in Today FM and you equally be in government house. It then means you are suddenly turned to a spirit.
I did not need to be in Lagos State government. I did not need to be in Lagos State government house to know that they were collecting bid.
This is your job.
No.
This is your job.
No.
Can I respond? Please, now don't bury me.
No, if you respond,
because I don't.
If you respond,
can I respond? You're asking a question because I'm part of. I'm part of this government. By His grace, this is what we.
Oh, fantastic!
These things are gazetted. The Lagos State government went through the assembly.
No, hold on.
The Lagos State government, someone who cannot do it alone.
I'm the one controlling this.
You will go through the assembly. Yeah, but you may not be piloting it very well. This is politics.
That's fine.
Please
allow me.
Don't rub yourself in the mud.
This is politics.
No, this is politics. The affairs of politics.
This is politics.
The corridors of politics.
Even they are abandoning that particular statement that the ring road is the biggest project in the state. It's a big lie.
Chief,
it is. The fourth Mainland Bridge is $2.5 billion. So when you times the current exchange rate of $2.5 billion times 1,000, how much is that?
I'm beginning to see places.
That is even going to trillions.
You are the one person.
Now I'm seeing politicians here. They all belong to the
It is not even the single project, the biggest project in Nigeria.
Okay. Let's not jump there.
But I know that it's not. I'm trying to go outside
unless you want to drop this bidding thing.
The bidding thing
and address.
No, the bid. These things go through from the assembly. Even the Lagos own went through the assembly. From the assembly, it went on Gazette. It's all there.
River State government.
It's all there.
It's all there.
Yes, it's there.
Okay, continue.
What do you want to hear again?
No, you are going to speak.
Respond on what again?
If I may also interject, there are many different ways.
It's good I've robbed you of your initial thoughts.
There are also many different ways of project procurement.
Sorry.
There are many different ways of project procurement. One of them is that open bid system. There's also nominating a contractor. If by experience and history you are aware of a given contractor's capacity, it is within the right and power of a government to nominate such a a contractor to do a project based on their history.
Based on their history?
Yes, it's not always that you must open a bid. No. It's one of the methods of project procurement.
Even in public?
Even in public projects.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. All right. So let's go to that B part now.
Okay.
So when we award money, the first question is, we're not told the level to which the initial person did the job to evaluate, to say, okay, so 12 point something billion, right? Of that sum, you have executed 50%. So we assume that you would have spent, say, 7 billion, depending on the conditions at the time. Yeah? So right now, you are indebted to us 5 billion. We intend to get our money back since you have defaulted. But you don't hear these things. You just hear, we have re-awarded it. Now they've re-awarded this road 8.8 billion. They've already committed 5.2 billion to Cetraco for the reconstruction of the road. I'm wondering, should we continue like this? It seemed pretty clear that we use projects as settlements. And because whoever gets these projects, they know that there'll be no consequences. There'll be no consequence if they don't execute. They can do whatever they like, and the government will re-award it. Should we continue like this, Mr. Ndukwe?
Well, the answer should be no. We shouldn't. But you see, this is political fiefdom. And they seem to be doing their things the way they want. And they have a mind of their own. That's what they will keep on doing. Because, first of all, Kelly, it supports this corruption we are talking about that is very rife in the country. When you have given me 200,000 to do something, and I refuse to do that. You didn't talk about that money that you gave me. You just call another person and give that same amount, or perhaps less or so, or even bigger, whatever. Handle this thing we gave Ndukwe before. And Ndukwe keeps on going freely as if nothing happened. I'm supposed ordinarily to be asked, return the money since you couldn't deliver on what we sent you. When I hear a contract has been awarded for so-so road and the contractor has not executed, they've re-awarded without talking about the money, I begin to wonder, that money, does it not belong to a state? Even though, certainly there must be a coordinator in every organization, everything. Now, the governor seems to be the driver, and everybody in the state is a passenger. And the passengers have a right to talk to the driver where he's going wrong. Because, you know, more or less, their life is in his hands as he's driving. And if the governor rewards and somebody wakes up and says, where is the money that was paid for that first one? Who was it paid to? They won't be going in the wrong way. But in the way politicians look at issues, you start being fingered. Why are you so bold to ask this kind of question? Then I'm asking, that particular money, is it owned by government or owned by the entire state? I want to believe it's owned by the entire state. And that is why you are the governor of that state. That state we are talking about is the citizens.
Okay.
Not the ground or the sand or whatever.
Architect.
Projects have a lot of complications.
And a good thing, he's a project manager.
Yeah, that's on that basis I'm actually addressing some of this. Let's say project A is awarded for 10 naira. The project has a scope, a quality, and a timeline as the minimum. Now, there are a number of things that can come in the way of a project being properly completed, but it is very scientific to calculate exactly how much work was done and how much it cost in a given time. So, project A awarded for 10 naira. It was supposed to last 12 months. After month 7, for whatever reason, the project slowed down, naira changed. There are things called fluctuation where you can scientifically calculate, okay, what the remaining cost should be at the new cost is XYZ. And there are methods within a project that you can compute. It was supposed to be 10 naira over 12 months. In month 7, FX currency changed. So suddenly the balance which should have been, okay, let's say 12 naira for 12 months. So in month 7, you should have 5 naira left. But because currency changed, maybe double, you can now compute how much it should cost by fluctuation. But like you say, even when you terminate a project, there are proper procedures supposed to be in place. And sometimes the contractor can sue you for loss of profits. Whatever the case, when you terminate, we should get, even if it's a top line statement, okay, the balance on the project by this time ought to have been so and so. That will be rolled over into a new award, because you shouldn't just willy-nilly be able to start and stop a contract, because people do a lot, they mobilize to site, but they too, if you are terminated, it should be clear why you're terminated. You didn't do it on time, the quality is wrong, you are not adhering to the terms of the contract. A project is a living thing. Conditions can affect it, but the bottom line must always be what is in the best interest of the people affected by that project. We will always presume that a government wants the best for the people. So we'll take it that this is a project that is meant to improve their lives. When we hear that this project has been stopped here and have been rewarded here, I'm curious, just as on what basis? Is it on the rates of the earlier project? Has the time not changed so that the figures are higher and all that? Again, you could say at a public meeting or in an announcement like that, the governor may not give the granular detail. I appreciate that. It's a quick communication. But there ought to be a place, maybe in a works faculty or something, where interested persons, both the press and ordinary individuals, can go and follow a project. This goes back to communication.
Okay.
And stakeholder management.
Okay.
It should be possible for the members of the community actually to be told the big milestones of a project. Okay, the project starts on day 1. In the next 3 months, all excavation done. Next form, material should be assembled. And, you should be able to see, even a child should be able to generally perceive a project's progress. So that you say, in the 6 months, we're supposed to have done half of this. Why have we not done it? Questions should be able to be raised early. After all people who are going to deal with that project are stakeholders. You don't want to dismiss their concerns. So the money, I will tell you, sometimes I've heard about projects that are awarded for 12 naira. After they failed to be completed as and when due, the new award is 24 naira. Why? Currencies change, cost of cement changed. Numbers don't scare me in projects.
But you notice that this is less.
It's less, meaning perhaps some of it had been done, and therefore what is left is smaller to be done. So again, without knowing the scope, the timeline, the rates, from an outside perspective, it's very difficult to be accurate in assessing what money is actually being spent on the project without knowing the details, contract details.
Okay, Vice Adams.
Kelly, can you just rephrase that question again once more?
Should we continue like this when the government tells us that a road was awarded, the person they gave, the contractor defaulted, and then you just re-award it without telling us, okay, we've been able to recover certain amount? Should we continue like this?
No, we shouldn't continue like this. You know why? Because that forms part of the corruption we are talking about. Now, if you give out, a project to a contractor to execute, and there's abandonment, will you just go back to your bedroom to go and lie down? That tells you how they treat public, contracts and institutions. If, for instance, the governor or the president that awarded a contract for them to build a country home for him, somewhere in his village, he has paid the contractor, he has done everything. There's somewhere, somehow, the building is not completed. Will you just go back and go and lie down? He will involve the police or involve the FCC to come and investigate what happened. So, but if it becomes government, projects, they treat it with levity. there's a way they prevaricate. There's a way they, go with ambivalence and whatever once it becomes, So that tells you, number one, that if you give out a project that is not completed and you say nothing about it, it means you have settled somebody politically. Because I found that there's a particular road here ahead that one of the administrations, settled, his godfather with. So when that particular project, was abandoned, he couldn't even ask the godfather to explain why he had to abandon the project. What now happened, they asked for variation, where they even had to take more money, more than what was given out. So that is corruption on the highest order. So it should not be what should be going on in Nigeria today. I'm against that. Accountability should be part of it. And I want to ask, there's this Bureau of Public Procurement, etc., as the case may be. What is their duties? I don't understand. Because I've gone through, the enabling, law, setting up that. Are they not supposed to monitor some of all these projects, both state and federal government projects, as the case may be? There's a body that ought to be doing that in Nigeria today, but they are not doing that. Accountability matters a lot, as the case may be. So this is a problem we are having. So when you give out 200 billion to someone to, execute a project, you find out that the man abandons it. It means that you did not do the normal bidding, and you did not give that particular contract to those people who are not connected, to your government. So cronism is what we call cronism. You see, why? Your cronies. When you give contracts to your cronies, to go and bring companies, to go and prospect and source for companies all over the world to come and execute a particular project in my state as my crony. If I give you 2.5 billion to execute the contract, I go to sleep. Even if I'm going wrong, I will not have that boldness, the audacity for me to come before you and say, bros, what happened to this particular project? I'm scared of. I say, okay, no problem, it's my friend that is executing this. I don't want him to go to jail. I will not take him to EFCC. Rather, I put my hand inside the till again, refinance that particular project, and my friend goes scot-free. In NDDC, it does happen. We saw many of those situations. During the probe, you saw what happened. Projects were not completed. The MD, the chairman, they were bringing in cronies to come and execute contracts under phony, phantom, companies. You understand the point now? A particular senator who was, attached to the NDDC had about 25 companies. They had to award contracts to these 25 companies. But during the investigation, it was found out that those companies were all, phantom companies. They were non-existent. They were mirage companies, as the case may be. So these are things we talk about in Nigeria here. Now, what happens to this is pure corruption. And corruption has eaten deep into the fabrics of the nation called Nigeria, all the states. Okay. Because let us not look at Rivers State alone. We always periscoping Rivers State, yes, because we are domiciled and our jurisdiction is here. Exactly. Of course, we have to start from home, as they say. But 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, this is what happens in the landscape. This kind of cesspool, this kind of malfeasance, this kind of, regurgitations of friends who come around powerhouses and begin to lobby for contracts. When they lobby for it, they know they lack the expertise to execute such. Okay. They bring in, companies that lack that expertise. Now, when the company collects their own part, they take their own percentage, they just go into thin air, and nothing is done. They say the governor or the president is my friend. All right. He's not going to do anything about it. Don't be surprised, lastly, as the case may be. Let me tell you, finally, how this will steal our money. All of them, those who are in power, as they steal money, they bring in phantom companies, award contracts to them, they suck the part, their percentage that belong to them, and they go into thin air. The governor or the president is not able to defend that particular project that he brought forth because he has a hand in the pie. That is the problem.
Vice Chairman, same issue.
Well, I think I have a different perspective, and I think with the way we may be looking at it from outside the precinct may not be the way if there is proper, don't you think that the people are contributory to the fact that there is a robust kind of negligence on the part of governance? If it is on our part to play a role, just as the people of Mapuche in Chile is doing now, compelling the government to do what is needful, the question we should be asking again, after the 1925, when the Nnamdi Azikiwes of this world started with the spirit of Pan-Africanism, joined in the Awos of this world and Herbert Macaulay to ensure that Nigeria stood firm. Now, what has happened to that Luther spirit? Now, for example, the people know what is right. The Constitution has served by Section 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. The people, do we really even read the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria? And who are the drivers? Yes, we have been saying government. At every electioneering year, we elect these people. We don't question them. And even when we feel that we have every right to do the needful, we have people that are in Nigeria collectively, I will say half of good citizens of these nations who are of the youthful minds, that are ready to say, look, these same people we are saying they are leading us, that we are ready to lead, appoint them in the next 20 years. Now, don't you think that the responsibility is on the part of the youth and the people to speak out? For me, I think it is not only the responsibility of government to question itself. It is for us to stand up and say, look, the status quo cannot remain this way.
But isn't that what we're doing now?
Well, how are we doing it? How many of us are doing it? When you have the pro and cons, there are those that if
you know that I really could have made a decision.
Who?
I could have made a decision to look away from this story and look for something else. I still could have made a decision in even presenting this story for us to x-ray, look at other aspects, and some of you not satisfied will begin to raise the other aspect that I've refused to touch. I would have done it. And even when someone insisted on going in a certain direction, I will still find a way to shut it down. You know I can do that, yes?
Yeah, of course. Kelly, what I'm saying is not far from. But what I'm saying is that there is a responsibility on the part of the youth. Most states today that have stood their ground, that we keep citing in the Senate climb, is as a result of this collective willingness of the citizens coming out to say, government, we don't want this. It's like the white life matters. People stood up and had it in their emblem, came out with different cenotaph, and it became Black Life Matters, just from one hashtag. And hashtag has been there for several of years for the linguistic people who are very strong.
So is it an uprising against the government that you're saying?
No, it should be civil.
Or is that citizens should become more aware and should continue to make demand on government?
We shouldn't be reactive. We should be more proactive.
Okay.
The reason is that our proactiveness is it's like shouting in the studio. And there are people that are sitting, Pan-African Nigerians, who need finance to forge their Pan-Africanism. How many of us are ready to join them?
Okay, so
we don't need the status quo to remain this way. We should tell the government and say, look, you belong to us. But because there is a huge compromise, even to the part of those that are speaking, the responsibility of coming out. Do you know that government you and I can even decide to say, look, if government come, this is what I'm going to say. It has happened in my community. But when the governor came, people started laughing. They were so happy. I said, let's go and say what we beg, just allow this thing. So there is a huge compromise.
That's what they call the Stockholm. They call that the Stockholm syndrome.
Okay.
You understand? So you look at you begin to participate and behave like those who have, victimized you, those who rape you, those who plundered your economy. Then you begin to behave like them because of the fact that the virus has crossed, pollinated your own, psyche and thoughts.
So what we are saying is that we must, like he said, we must stand as not only citizens of this country, but to do what is proper.
Okay.
Because there is a huge compromise in all strata of administration. Even in our small corners, if you go to most religious houses, most of these drivers of negativities are coming out from there. So there must be a consciousness to ensure that the right to vote and to be voted for rest on the citizens. Okay. If we collectively decide to say, look at what happened during the NSAS.
No, we have to open the phone line shortly.
It's okay, but I'm just citing these are instances of good governance.
Let's turn it over to you. 15 minutes past the hour of 11. Today's question, Today 95.1. Okay, time for us to take your reactions. I'll go to the general polls first. I see criticisms here, and I feel the need to respond to some of them today because I see them sometimes. And the social media, even if it's not social media, people have a right to send messages, they have a right to critique. We'll welcome them. and where it helps us, we're going to look at it and improve. Okay? I still want today's newspaper headlines with incomplete statements. Okay. So we do an average of, say, 20 stories. You read out. Do you expect us to read out? In fact, 20 stories. I try to go through all the stories, all.
That's a good speed. Before
8:30, and I add a bit of audio materials attached to it, so you can hear the ones that you can hear. We slide over, so that we can take the ones that are not in that form. Right? 20. So you rationally expect a media house that has given you that level of information to read through the 20 stories. 20 stories. It's not possible. But even with that, we do more than 7 or 8. We read more than 7 or 8 of those stories. Details for you to get. You want to criticize, no problem. The other one talks about somebody not listening to President Tinubu's broadcast here. Okay, did we play that broadcast for you to hear here? So if someone as an individual did not listen to it at his own spare time, did we as a station say we will not give you that information here? We played it after the broadcast. No, I refuse to call your name. But we played, I played the excerpt of that. I played the actionables from the president's broadcast here, and we talked about it. So if you want to criticize, you have the time. It's your data. It's your device.
Kevin, when has it become a force that you must listen to?
So, people have a right to talk. I'm not going to gag you from or shut you out from saying what you want to say. But as you're saying this in here, some people are reading it and they're wondering if we're going to say anything. That's why I'm responding to it. So people know. There are people that listen, they appreciate the effort that we make to share information with you. Yeah. You have a team. You think 4 hours is a lot of time until you have a team of sound men, 4 of them in the studio, and you want to raise, for instance, I want to juggle 5 stories with them. These men will tell me, you're on your own. We have so much to say about some of these stories. But we love you all the same. We do love you all the same. That's why we're here, to serve you. Chile Edwin puts it this way: greetings to you, Kelly, and the guests. Tunde Bakari should rather face his pulpit, having failed in politics and not always entertaining Nigerians with unnecessary mischief, and allow Tinubu to focus on repairing the damages done by the past administrations. Check this out. Under the PDP, as Tinubu is fighting to right the wrongs, I thought he would have said Tinubu. If he had said Tinubu, Buhari, I would have said, But he said PDP. It's Chile Edwin, by the way. And allow Tinubu to focus on repairing the damages done by the past administrations under the PDP, as Tinubu is fighting to right the wrongs of the past, as all the presidential candidates campaign that they must remove fuel subsidy, which Tinubu has done, though with the pains that comes with it, and those clamoring for coup against Tinubu has failed and will continue to fail because they cannot get power through the back door. Danny Chuksaloze, it's not heaven on earth that revealed your headline to me, but brain works. Story for the gods. Tell Serap that what will happen is this: the court will keep adjourning the matter till 2030, and by then the senators must have bought those cars, enjoy, and even sold it off as scrap. That's according to you. Governor Fubara is very intelligent and considerate. I love the way he addresses issues, always straight to the point, and gives time frame for a result. Kudos to Rivers people. Finally, Tunde Bakare should park one side. He's not to be reckoned with, always changing rapper at will. He will now, so he's now regretting Tinubu being president. Okay, let me read the closing of this, your message, and then we'll take a final one. Regretting Tinubu being the president, and a lie, we will suffer it together. I and my family will see through it, and we shall survive it. Okay, thank you for reaching out. That's for the general post. So let's move on to opinion poll. Okay, This guy took his time to put it on all the 3 posts. That's the critic. He put it on all 3 posts. You might as well take it to your own wall and paste it there if it makes it better. We'll continue to.
What's his name?
We'll continue to charge on. Let's leave out his name. We'll continue to charge on and do our best. And there are millions of people that appreciate the effort that we make in informing them.
Yes.
Uche Nelson, good morning. Kelly, Uncle Lema, architects, and everyone in the house. God bless you all in Today FM for the good work of educating Nigerians on what you're doing. On borrowings by CBN and senators sharing money to themselves and the policies of Tinubu government, it is clear that politicians in Nigeria has ganged up against Nigerian citizens, but we're hopeful that the creator will show himself strong against them. Wow. Chile Edwin, must it always be about the senators or the governors? What really do these our representatives think about the ordinary suffering citizens of Nigeria? Joy Girl Interiors. Good morning, Kelly. Chief Ndukwe, my uncle, senators. Chief Ndukwe, my uncle. Senators received 218 million as holiday allowance. No, it's 280 million shared by 109. Shared by 109 senators. So let them continue to deceive the poorest Nigerians. There is God. I rest my case. Okay? Prophetess Joy Girl from Osuoba Town. Boyce Williams, let them just sell the country. Give everyone their share. Lagos City, yo. Senate Whip says 2 million. That story. Allowance not unusual. This call for a questioning in a state where the labor would always move on strike for the economic purposes. I'm not sure what you mean. Good morning, Kelly and the House. Senate Whip said, okay, as if they receive the money, they will return same. They said they should stop provoking Nigerians before Nigerians will go on a protest. Okay, some of the contributions there. And then on Real Talk, we see your messages. He took you to Real Talk too, so that's complete. General post, opinion poll, Real Talk. You're doing well. Children, we've taken 2 of your messages, so let's allow others contribute here. Buduzu Godwin, greetings people. If you watched the video completely, you would have seen that the people told the governor their reasons. They told the governor that they have verified evidence that the company was cutting and patching the road instead of full reconstruction that was paid for. So if it were you, won't you ask for withdrawal? Moreover, Setraco stays in Ahoda town, but go and see Ahoda area of the East-West Road. Okay. Chigoze Wakwa, the problem is not the traditional leaders. The real problem is you, the governor. How can you give a person job and he didn't do it, and you didn't ask him why after collecting money? You're telling me that you re-awarded the job and billions of naira paid will just go like that. Boyce Williams, shame on our political traditional rulers. Very up, Jesus. Good morning to you all. Let the truth be told in Nigeria. Government project is meant for settlement of people they feel work for them. That is why some government projects do not use to go round to the very look and crannies of the state. I suppose that's what you mean. Kenneth Ibiaime puts it this way. Governor Sim has set a standard. The high time River people stood firm with him by not allowing any form of sabotage, especially in the execution of government projects. Clearly, by the action of the governor, it's obvious he has shown he has capacity to give River State good governance as executive governor of the state. Christopher Wogu, you say big story, and the big story continues. Chijoke Okala, what a despicable statement. This is not what is expected of a public servant. This statement is unclear and calls for questioning. The governor must invite previous handlers of the project for explanation before re-awarding it to another contractor. This is River State money. Patrick Ransom, good morning, Mr. Kelly. So the governor is telling the first contractor to go away with our billions just like that. May God give us network in River State for the SIM card to work. Voila. Okudiri Isogu puts it this way. The stool of Oba of the great Oba land is not a product of political creation. It is a traditional stool that must be inherited by a member of the royal family, so you can't dethrone the person on that stool. The stool has been existing before. Is it your birth? Whose birth? My advice to Our Majesty is that he should not mingle with politicians. I have seen our late Oba of blessed memory. Okay, I have never seen our late Oba of blessed memory in our government house any day. Nicholas Erasmus, Governor of Obara, advised you should be able to tolerate and always see reasons with communities and know what they want. Proper consultation is paramount. I must say there is a gap in consultation. Jeremiah Bibi puts it this way. Good morning, Mr. Emma and everyone in the studio. You see the problem is from the government. How can you award a contract and you don't ask what is being done? Then you re-award it to some other company. And what happens if this other company fails in doing it? Things are not supposed to be done that way. Okay, let's open the phone line so we can take some of your reactions. Yeah, 0817-0000-951, 0810-9510-951. Again, 0817-0000-951 or 0810-9510-951. And for messages, 0701-9339-962. Today, 95.1 FM. Sorry, babe, just now. Here we go. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Morning to you.
My name is Frank, calling from T-Line. Let me greet us up in the studio. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, let me react on the statement of my governor urging the people of Oba, Edem, and Donny local government area not to disrupt the ongoing project in Omok Road and Edem Omok Road. Yes, it's a good one. That is my place. I want the Orashi people to cooperate with the contractors and the state government. It is our road. Nobody will do it for us. If our governor decide not to do it today, tomorrow we will cry. So please, let us work with them and make sure that we work with the contractors. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much for reaching. Our phone line still open. We'll take those reactions now, and we'll read the messages later on. That is text, WhatsApp, and the rest later on. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Early moment. Good morning.
Hello, Gift. Welcome. Please go on.
Thank you. What is your money and the other guest? Good morning, Ogaima. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Gift. Good morning. I salute you.
Thank you, my brother. Kelly, there's something I'm observing.
Gift.
Maintaining also by your side. It is affecting.
Gift, the line is not clear and steady. What's going on?
The maintenance work you did at the weekend is affecting us.
How do you mean? Are you serious?
The sound is not too clear again here.
Okay, the signal is not too clear there. Okay.
Yeah, the signal, the sound is very low.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, before this time it was very clear and loud.
Okay, Gift. Thank you for that update.
Yeah, so let me talk about my Igbo governor. With the probing and all the rest, I love what you're doing there in the studio, but frankly speaking, that is good because I helped people early morning this today, very early when they were contributing. People from that area, they were angry with their leaders and brothers. So for me, as far as I know, government.
Oh, there. So sorry, Gift. Network has been showing signs that it will go off. All right. So sorry. If you can call back, why not? We're here. We'll still take the call. But if you can't get through in this space, there are other programs that you can contribute. Okay. Phone lines are still open. We'll take those reactions as they come. 0817-0000-951, 0810-9510-951. Those are the numbers to call. Let me go to the SMS portal so we can take some reactions at this time. See your messages. We have to read as many as possible. Okay. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. My name is Gabriel Fubara. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Gabriel, please go on.
Thank you, and I greet the rest members of the panelists in the studio. Mr. Chimene and the guy, I greet you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think that first concerning the comments of His Excellency, the Governor of the state, I'm not sure that it is to belittle anybody in whatever capacity. I think that it is just to put square pegs in square holes, because a lot of times we have seen that government projects are being sabotaged by those that are supposed to protect it. Kelly, I do not think that it is wise that because you do not like a particular contractor doing your road, I do not think it is wise for you to disrupt or kidnap the contractors because you do not like them. It's just like how NDDC constructs roads. I'm not sure that NDDC allows the community to pick the contractor that does the job for them. NDDC looks at who they can give the contract, give it to them, and the most important thing is that the road is done. Even though I am very much particular and concerned about the solidity, in other words, the quality of job done. I am a structural engineer actually, so I'm very much concerned about that. But I think that the governor should be given the benefit of that to have that road constructed so that it will benefit not just those that live within that environment, but those that also traverse that road.
Okay.
The second thing I wanted to mention is about how things have been done concerning the police in this state. Just like what the barrister in the studio has narrated, I think that the Commissioner of Police needs to go beyond reading out statements and go to see what his men do on the road on daily basis.
All right.
It is very, very important.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for contributing. What's up? Happy rainy day. Please, they should allow the governor to do his job. You didn't tell us your name. Next time, please tell us your name. We got that message via WhatsApp. Good morning. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good
morning.
Good morning.
What's your name, please?
It's Tom calling for Rumibo.
Promise, okay.
Obula Hamasi will. Obula Hamasi.
Oh, make up.
You see that your man, this our president needs really a brain. We need a brain to keep this country in order. Now that you're supporting, it has said. It don't be make our way.
Okay, that's the point. Good morning, Kelly, and to your guests in the studio. He says somebody is just contradicting himself there by claiming it's in government and that everything has been gazetted, only to sound lately that things should be done the right way. Can be. Can be. From Ugubolo Kento, the refusal of the governor to change the contractor is a good idea because in this state for the past 8 years, how many communities can confront the governor on who to do their job? By his actions, a message has been sent to others not to take Governor Sim for granted and a standard set on the kind of contractor that will handle jobs in any community in this state. Kento, thank you so much for that message. Let's take another one. Who owns Cetraco? Was the owner not the chairman of the PDP? Eric Chooks. I'm not aware if you're just saying. We'll find out. But there are other messages. We'll read it. Good morning. Today, 95.1.
Yeah. I've got a good morning, sir.
Morning to you.
Yeah, this is Brown calling from Obunabali.
Brown, please go on.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I want to, I heard the governor, our excellency, Sobara. You know, all this while, some of the places he said they have awarded contract and it was not done, and we forget about the contractor. It's not done. It should be that way. Who are the people that was given this contract to do? Let their name be mentioned. Let it go after them. You know, you said the other first one was 7 billion something. Now another again, 10.5 billion. You pay 5 billion again. So who are these people? Let us know their name and collect 5 billion support from them. We can't control them. And by the time you watch now, You see so many abandoned projects, so many projects now that people put the money they didn't do. So he can't go, let him mention the people who are involved. And I want to bring my mentor there for the first time today. He supported the governor. You know, he was against the people that got the money from them. They should bring this money out for the people. Mention their names. Not the other one. You say elephants. Who are the elephants?
All right.
I know them. Thank you.
All right, Brown, thank you so much for reaching out. Okay, so I guess you're referring to me. My name is Kelly. Maxwell will be here from 12. Yeah, I think this message was Saturday. So your message for today, which I have read, all right? Let me take some more messages. Phone lines are still open. Let's see how we can keep this interaction this way. I'll read messages, I'll look out for the phone lines, and then we'll just make the most of the time that we have. Daniel from Igruta sent in this message. It's quite long. Kill corruption and not the poor Nigerians. In Mr. Tinubu's dictionary, it's kill the poor and leave the corruption because allegedly he benefits from the corrupt system, which he has said he has a choice, but he refused to benefit from the same system. The president has said so. So how do someone think he's coming to fight corruption? I pity Emefiele and Bawa because very soon they will be forgotten in the history of our country unless something supernatural happens in Nigeria. About the collapse of the CBN, when we have people of low understanding piloting the affairs of a country, Kelly, what do you expect? I bet you we'll still buy fuel here in Nigeria for 1,500 naira per litre. Please, Kelly, if these people hear my voice, or our voice, tell Mr. Tinubu to bring back our corrupt subsidy because it's better than this removal. These police people, so they want to create another extortion group. Have we not suffered enough in this country? God, in your hands, we day. Kelly, please, what are they talking about, the salaries and wages? Have they increased it? We're not aware yet. This is the only country where the government increased everything without looking at the salaries and wages of citizens. Before Mr. Tinubu came to power, there was Nigeria, and after Mr. Tinubu, there will still be Nigeria, even if few persons remain in the country. Daniel from Igruta. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Good morning.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Chinedu.
Please go on, Chinedu.
All right, I want to greet the guests in the house. Kelly, to be honest with you, I must defend that your station and this program has been very, very educative in areas of being informative, educative, and every other angle. I'm one of those that stayed glued to my radio set to make sure I listen to this program every day.
Thank you.
You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you so much.
Now, very quickly, let me start reacting from the state of the nation, one of the topics you guys have brought out this morning. You know, one of the major problems we are having is that whenever we are discussing the state of the nation, Nigerians tend to carry it into politics, even after we have erased the political era. This is a new administration. Now the question is this: what is it democracy? When it's not about the people are not involved, the people are not carried along, it's no longer the democracy we carry out that you are carrying out. Because there is no how you want to do things, or the people without the people being consulted. Ask them what and what do you want. I know you have a variety of things you want the government to do, but which one is paramount? Which one is pressing? The people can be able to come up and tell you, okay, fine, we have this and this, but because of we have other communities you have to deal with, okay, for now, let's handle this. This is one of the things that is hitting us hard. If you have a particular contractor, a particular company that you know that have a track record of doing a quality job, what is the essence of politicizing that particular decision? We know Julius Berger. They might be very expensive, but we know in this particular tribe that we come from, we know they are one of the best carrying out in terms of construction job in our state and in our country. Then why do you want to politicize it? Want everything be political settlement? Even things that you need to do that will benefit even your unborn children, that will stand the test of time. You want to benefit everything. Must we use this kind of things to settle political people that have done political jobs for you? Can't you for once take away politics and bring in, let this country move forward, irrespective of where it's coming from. But let the standard be the standard.
All right.
This is what is happening in America now. Today, what is his name? Donald Trump is being facing the court of law for one or two things he has done. In this country, can it happen? No.
It will just go like that, and nobody will talk about it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chinedu. A message here. I'll read some more messages and then we move on. The statement credited to Tunde Bakare, "Kill corruption, not Nigeria," is a welcome statement because the body language of the president is showing red flag. Nigerians are dying in their numbers as a result of hunger and starvation. Oboyo Kinsley from Rumokuta. Okay. Some of the messages we're able to take via WhatsApp. Let's go to text in general now. Here we go. What do you expect of a system where mechanical engineer is allowed to oversee a central bank of a country without having the relevant and requisite academic and professional calling required to be in that sector? Training and experience must have been imbibed, but theoretical concepts and principles behind banking and economic issues are lacking. These are perhaps the reasons behind the economic woes and lack of professionalism, mismanagement, maladministration seen in the bank. From managers Festus Tigbani. Are you referring to the acting CBN governor that they said he has a background in IT? Let me not dig into some of the things that you're talking about. So we'll just take some messages here so we can look at our final story. Good morning, Kelly Ogaima and the panelists. I want to tell you, okay. Thank you so much you say, whenever Ogaima opens his mouth, practical wisdom comes out and I'm okay. Thank you, Kelly, for a good anchor job that you do, Mr. Sam. Thank you so much for the nice words. If every community in Rivers State wants Julius Berger, then what happens to the indigenous contractors like Lubric, MCC, etc.? Usoma, thank you so much. Good morning, Kelly Singto from Port Harcourt. You see the problem we are having in democracy, our educated people are the curse. Community says we don't at the cost. Okay, educated people are the cost. Community people will say we don't want this contractor. You say they are not right to make that choice. Even if their choice is high or low, convince them. Please, education should be scrapped. This is not a matter of education. Okay. I agree with the governor for the first time on this one. No community or group of persons has the right to tell a governor to replace a contractor who's given a contract and hasn't shown sign of incompetence. Must it only be Julius Berger to be awarded contracts in Rivers? Is it because he's not talking like Wike? Okay, it's coming from Love. Love, thank you for reaching out. I was sent in this one. Good morning, Kelly. If Julius Berger is the choice contractor for Rivers State government for the Port Harcourt Obiakpor projects, what is wrong with the choice of same for the stakeholders in other LGAs? I had expected a departure from the Wike brand of governance by Governor Fubara, but unfortunately, he's still maintaining the Wike style. There's nothing wrong with the demand of the people on the choice of a contractor because what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. And if in the statement was not really to revoke the job, but to dethrone the monarchs, the latter is more unfortunate because this was the same trend in the former administration and is an insult to the traditional institution. If a job was awarded and abandoned for the sake of accountability, such contractor should be brought to book, and this has exposed the negligence of the governor and State House of Assembly. We'll do a final one. Okay, it's now 11:44. Good morning. Okay, it's a personal question. Maybe I'll just ask you. It's to Architect Bosimo. Are you very comfortable with the route of the ring road, Bassi?
Well,
it's a personal question. Let me just hear your response quickly.
I've looked at it, and I will not say I'm familiar with every aspect of it, but conceptually, the idea of connecting more communities can only enhance, commerce, all sorts of sociological things. So I think as a concept, there are merits.
Okay.
But, we might quibble on details here and there.
A very good morning to you, Kelly, and the guest, especially Mr. Ndukwe, the man with rich African proverbs. I'm Friday Olu from Choba. Kelly, permit me to summarize the news headlines in just 3 adjectives describing the malfeasance called Nigeria. Really strong word. laissez-faire, profligacy, and thirdly, prebendalism. Again, the MPF unending rebrand of units fraught with words. My late father used to lash me with the noun phrase as a little boy. In my basic days in school, reading maketh manner, and manner maketh man. When you have a preponderance of okay, you're looking for who you land inside trouble. I beg, I dodge it all.
Jump and pass.
I jump and pass straight. We'll still be here when the correspondents will come from our regulators. Okay, we're not in the studio. You even read it. And then you'll be making a defense. Let's move on. Let me ask this as we close. We have let's say we have 3 minutes. We have about, give and take, 13 minutes to close or even less. So this drama, it was here when we're all here when the team broke, and I could not hold myself back but to play that Akpabio's Gbasgbos. I don't know what he was thinking, but there's been a lot of explanation that Akpabio doesn't realize that he's now Senate President. He's no longer governor of Akwa Ibom State. He will learn with time. He's also he's not a minister, he's now Senate President. So one of the senators, Senator Ningi, slams Akpabio for broadcasting the recess allowance. It was on national television from Bauchi Central Senatorial District. He calls out the Senate President. I want to read just quotes now. Some of these things, if they happen, you don't broadcast it the way he did. I think it is a huge embarrassment to the Senate President as a person and the institution of the National Assembly. It was obviously an error. He didn't know the mics were on. The Senate President should have gone further to say what the allowances are for. How did he come about the allowances? Who gave the allowances? Is it part of the remuneration? He says, I don't know what 2 million would do for a holiday. I find it very difficult to understand what this money is for. And then he says, nothing has come to my account yet. I heard that some persons got 2 million, but for me, nothing yet. Hopefully, I would get when they tidy up things. So he says for 2 million it's nothing. It's not the kind of amount that one will go and spend for a holiday. Another lawmaker I listened to, which I shared this morning on one of the trending issues, that said 2 million is not an issue. The issue is just the timing of it. With a lot of Nigerians, they look at architects. Most of us faces like, and they say that 2 million naira is nothing. Sorry,
it has degree.
Sorry,
another wrong.
So the lawmaker says 2 million is not an issue. What is 2 million? By the time I take 2 million, I go to my constituency. How much will be left? It's not money. The only issue there is the timing. Well, a lot of Nigerians are angry and they are hungry. You mentioned this, they get very upset. Yeah? And then Senate Whip says 2 million naira holidays allowance, not unusual. And that the Senate leadership may move against Akpabio. We'll wait and see. It is common that Indume, it is common knowledge that if any employee is going on leave, he or she is entitled to a leave grant. That was the money we received. It's nothing unusual or special. All senators received 2 million naira, and they are making this comment with a heavy heart because Akpabio is the cause of this controversy. He created an impression as if it were given some special or huge amount of money. What's the big deal if I receive 2 million naira allowance in my capacity as a senator? He said he made a very wrong statement, and I warned him immediately after that his comments were unbecoming of an elder. His comments were unbecoming of an elder. He says, in fact, we're even planning to take drastic action against him if he continues making unguarded statements and acting as if we're kids. Let's look at this document, reference document. I hope I haven't lost that document. So, from the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission, what the senators are supposed to receive as allowance and salaries stated. 2007 document. From 2007 February to June 2009, remuneration package for political, public, and judicial office holders. You know they plan to review this thing. It has not yet happened.
Yeah.
So we're assuming that this is the rate that they are still using.
Who said it hasn't happened? It hasn't been effected.
No, they need to go through the legislature
Which
to get it done.
legislature?
It's not yet done.
Okay.
It's not yet done, architect. It's not yet done. Okay, let me just go straight to allowances. Other allowances: accommodation, furniture, duty store allowance, ESTA code, medical, recess. 10% of their salary. Recess, 10%. They put a figure actually. Annually, 202,640 naira. Annually, 202,640 naira, which means in a month, if you divide that by 12, it should be what?
200. How many?
202,000. That's annual. Recess, 10%. So if you divide that by 12, it's going to be very small.
It's that's under 10.
That's 20 to 30,000.
Under 10K.
How come it's 2 million there?
So let's close.
Subsidy hasn't been removed.
So if this document is anything for us to take serious,
These
right?
guys are joking with us.
Where are they sharing 2 million naira from? Bryce Adams. Now we have 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes.
See,
where are they sharing?
You know,
2
the
million
Pablo
each from?
history. I think the British possess what a word they use serendipity. You heard that word? Serendipity. You do something by mistake, then it now brings out a result unexpected. You understand the point? That is what Pablo did. It was an error, that he did, but you can see the result. We now know that this is the kind of things that senators will get.
It's not illegal.
That is what I'm saying.
Where they get the money from?
We never knew before. So when they say, they say the budget for the year is 7 trillion naira. How they spend, we don't know. So we now know that this is part of the area. That is some of the areas this money goes into. Now, if you go to section 126 of 1999 Constitution, it says clearly that both legislators, House of Reps, Senate, etc., public officers are not supposed to earn or maybe aggregate to themselves more than what is the recommended minimum, reducible minimum by the Revenue and Mobilization and Allocation Fiscal Commission. So which means the 2 billion they collected, from what you have read now, is an illegal collection.
Okay.
It's gone ultra-virus. They should return that money.
They should return. Mr. Ndukwe. Return the money.
They return the money.
Let's keep on waiting for their return.
The same lawmakers that are saying that 2 million is nothing.
You see, Kelly, I don't know. It was only when Sani from Kaduna State that said either 13 million or all that we started having
a hint.
Yes, a hint of what their salary and all that may be. The truth is that I think, like that senator said, the first one, either Lingi or whoever, such things shouldn't have been announced, Kelly. They've been doing all these kind of things.
But he didn't intend to announce it now. He did not know the mic was on.
He didn't know. He should be careful. See, the rule, Godswill Akpabio has never been a Senate president before.
No.
He has been a governor. Let him know that he's on a bigger market than it was in Akwa Ibom.
Okay.
Because there are certain things he will say. He will enter a track that people will whip him, not only physically, but I tell you, all that one they are threatening, they will deal. What are they going to do with him?
I wonder. Akite Bozimo, you didn't like the story at all.
I mean, I'm just amused because I've always said that, in my view, one of the greatest wastes of Nigerian resources is in keeping our political class living the lives of the rich and famous. Very correctly, every employee typically gets an amount for grant. There's nothing strange about getting an amount. Don't forget, when he was an uncommon governor, he had 100% control of the TV cameras. Anything recorded, he will edit it. He will make sure it doesn't go out unless certified. He forgot he's on, like Mr. Ndukwe said, a much larger platform. But it's only the optics. Indeed, 2 million naira on the face of it in a country of Nigeria's might may not be that much. However, when people are struggling to breathe, as he himself has said earlier, for him to just casually let that slip, it was only the optics, and it grated on my nerves, and I guess on many people's nerves. But I will say again, the remuneration that people are entitled to, they ought to get, is just the optics that I think affected many people.
Would you hear that lawmakers receive 20,000 for recess And their recess is this is statutory. Let's even get it clear.
It's on.
They're supposed to sit for a certain number of days.
Yes.
And they're supposed to be off for a certain number of days.
Yes.
Right? It's statutory. It's clear. Right? So we now hear that a senator is going for 1 month recess, and he gets 30,000 naira.
In the context.
When you hear it, would you even believe it?
I wouldn't believe it.
Okay.
I would not believe it for 1 second.
For 1 second.
No, I wouldn't.
And they will not accept it.
And they would never go on recess if that's the case.
Kelly, I think I have a different opinion. The reason is not far-fetched. You see, political offices are not community meeting. It's an exalted office. It's very exorbitant. From the formation of belonging to be a party member, there are a lot of expenses one makes. And that is why I keep saying, look, the only way we can get it is to reduce the exorbitant nature of political offices, not only in Nigeria, but in Africa. Now, do you blame these senators?
Yes.
Wait, no, please. Just architect. What we are having today, structural buildings that are falling today, is as a result of people are compromised in all the sectors. So even if we are to accuse the senators, we equally accuse ourselves in all our small sectors. Now, what do you expect from these senators? They make laws for us. And what are the parameters to check them? When there is an executive bill, the executive will want to compromise with them. This is how many of us even have an access to these senators? We elect them. They spend money for their posters. How many of us have come out to say, look, let us even question the Serap that have done so? We keep mocking Serap. So for me, I think it is what we have seen in the exalted office of being a legislature, even at the state level. Okay. I cited the case of a councillor. The councillors goes home, go and look at their belts, what they put on. If they say, some of them sell their belts, you can feed for 1 month. So when the councillor at that level has built himself to that exalted position at the local government level, how many local government chairman can you assess? How many of the local government chairmen?
Okay.
So when you begin to look at political offices, I don't know how we look at it. It's not a family meeting.
We have to
and that is why you see people do all kinds of things, tooth and nail, to attain that height.
We have to
So for me, let us not blame them.
Okay.
They are there. The only thing we have to pray is that, please, in as much as they are eating, they should remember that there are those that are ready to eat from the crumbs. They should remember. People have appointed them. And we must have a Nigeria.
Wadi Chiminem Esquire, legal advisor, Pandef Obiakpo chapter.
Thank you very much.
And a voice for Nkpolu Rumigbo people of Upper Kingdom. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for singing my song.
Asim Adams Esquire, constitutional lawyer, rights activist, principal partner, Adams Law Chambers, Port Harcourt. Thank you, barrister.
Thank you for inviting me.
Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
Architect A.B. Boslimo, fellow, Nigerian Institute of Architects and certified project manager. Thank you too for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. The pleasure and privilege are always mine. Have a wonderful day.
That's our show. Kelly Kemenjima is my name. We'll be here tomorrow, God willing, for Tuesday edition of Today's Quest. The world news at noon, just around the corner. Good morning.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
This is to inform the general public that Umudioga clan kick-started her 1 month traditional New Yam Festival Ejoku ceremony on the 11th of August 2023. Following the announcement of a peace week by the chairman Nde Oha Umudioga, all residents, both indigents and strangers, are required to be at peace with one another all through this festive period. Signed, Eze Saida India Okedi, Paramount ruler Nyewali Umudioga, Chief Gospel Igwe, Clan Council Chairman.
Why did you just throw that can out the window like that?
What am I supposed to do with an empty can? I'm done with the drink.
You can keep it in the car until you get to a place where you can dispose it properly.
It is our duty to keep our city clean, not only for us, but for the people visiting our city and also for generations to come. Keeping the state clean promotes tourism. It fosters better health. It preserves the environment. Refuse only brings mosquitoes, flies, and other insects, which in turn bring diseases. Keep your environment clean. Keep the city clean. Keep River State clean. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
Peace
is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society...
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us on the World News. I am Lucky Maxwell. And the headlines: people of Adada in Abuaudua local government area relocate to their farms following killing of suspected army personnel by gunmen. Oil marketers tell Nigerians to expect palm price of petrol to rise beyond 700 naira per litre soon. On the foreign scene, Niger's military says it will prosecute deposed President Mohamed Bazoum for treason. I am Lucky Maxwell. Elsewhere, days after the killing of some men suspected to be Nigerian army troops and the abduction of 3 construction workers, the people of Adada in Abuaudua local government area of River State have fled their community and now live in their farms. Chief of the community, Nicholas Gilbert, who made this known in an interview with Today FM Sandra Kenneth, said they fled the community for fear of harassment or invasion by the army. He lamented that they are at the mercy of the element following the downpour of yesterday. He also decried the lack of security presence and a police station in the area for over 20 years, which he said has worsened insecurity in the area. Chief Nicholas called on the state government to help resolve the issue so they can go back to their homes, stressing that they are all stranded in the bush.
We are begging the state government and security people to come and help us to make things good and to find, though they're free to find out what happened and who, if they can find out who and who did what has happened. We ourselves, we don't know what to do. You cannot go to anywhere except to run. There is a JTF somewhere. Now, when this JTF came, we explained to them how the area is. I don't know what happened, that when this thing was happening, they were there. I cannot say what happened, whether JTF at Okolomadi. There is no police station, of course. The police station has been closed some years ago, more than 20 years.
His Royal Highness Eze Chituru Oyagri has insisted that he remains the authentic paramount ruler of Ubili in Ahoda East local government area of River State. Eze Oyagri, who was reacting to reports of some individuals in the community addressing someone else as paramount ruler, maintained that the issue of the paramount ruler of Ubili is not in dispute. The Ubili monarch also dismissed reports of the extension of the tenure of the Community Development Committee. On the report of an alleged imposition of a representative of Ubili community in the Board of Trustees of Aradel Holdings, Eze Oyagri insisted that High Chief Lot Okodu remains the choice of the community, dismissing allegations that Umaru Buba is causing problem in Ubili.
I said I'm the paramount ruler of Ubele community. He is the Ubele. It's not the paramount ruler. The tenure of CDC was not extended because of the little crisis in the community. The community have not been able to sit together to talk about the CTC or hold any election. So those issues are the unfortunate issues. He is doing those things without consultations. I don't know the type of problem that person claimed that Buba is causing. Buba is doing his job. As somebody who is employed somewhere will have to do his job as directed by the company. I don't know if there is any crisis where Buba is causing problem. I do not understand. All I know about the BOT is one chief, Jacob Lot Okodu. He was the person who was elected to that position. Any other one, I don't know.
On his part, the President General Ubili Youth Association, SMART Eferebo, insisted that the Ubili people abided by the guidelines provided by the River State Ministry of Chieftaincy and Community Affairs in the processes that led to the emergence of High Chief Lot Okodu as a member of the BOT of Aradel Holdings.
Arade Holding never nominated anybody in their host community as BOT member. Rather, Rivers State Ministry of Chieftaincy and Communities Affairs brought a guideline for the nomination and voting in of BOT members of the 8 host communities of Arade Holding, and the election was held, which Salot Okodu became victorious and emerged first position. Alhaji Omar Obuba has been a godsend and savior of Obele community, who has refused Chief Ezegogo and his cohort from hijacking and being the lords of Obele community rights and opportunities in Aradel. Alhaji Omar Obuba has impacted so many youth lives. Obele community never held any meeting in the town hall and never extended the CTC time frame that has elapsed on January 15, 2023.
Despite being one of the major oil-producing communities in Rivers State, Rumekwe community in Emoha local government area of Rivers State still lack basic social amenities in their community. Today FMC Funaya Obeme Ndukwe, who visited the community, report that Rumekwe has no functional healthcare facility, no electricity, poor road network, amongst other challenges. The traditional ruler of Ekuche Rumekwe, Gospel Agbala, Ezeoriri I of Rumekwe, complained that several persons have died as a result of lack of healthcare facility in the community. On his part, the Community Development Committee chairman of Ekuche Rumekwe, Emmanuel Clifford, said the community is marginalized despite being blessed with natural resources.
I thank you for coming here today to come and see for yourself how Rumekwe is being marginalized by the federal government and state government. So I won't surprise that our 2 past governors who are equating indigenous failed to look into the problem of Rumekwe. Although the oil companies in our community was a blessing, but we find it at a cost, because that was the cost of that our 10 years crisis that got for our community. Since we came back, government promised us of something, nothing. What is happening? And the worst is that our 2 past governors, who were our brothers, failed to look at the plight of Rumekwe community. Up till now, we find it difficult to eat. Nobody's employed. All the whole company, there's no employment. From state government, no better employment. Look at this Rumekwe community, which is blessed with natural resources. But
Clifford also stated that Rumekwe lacks government presence, faulting the oil companies operating in the area.
We don't have any government presence in Rumekwe. You can look for yourself, go around the community. Had it been not the oil company has tried a little to put that, no way. There's no government presence in Rumekwe as of today. It is only Total that's trying. We can say Total is trying a little. If not, Shell had not been doing anything. NDPR is trying a little, but Shell is doing nothing. And they say that I have done any project in Rumekwe up to today. Because this is what caused the Rumekwe problem, Rumekwe crisis. It's just because of the oil companies in Rumekwe. Other companies fail to meet up to the plight of Rumekwe community. So we are calling on oil companies and government to come and look at the plight of Rumekwe community. So we are in difficulty.
Another indigenous of the community, Agala, promised that politicians only come to Rumekwe during election to campaign without security, but termed the community as insecure after they have been elected.
There's no light, no road, no hospital, not even clinic here in Rumekwe, but we have multinationals in Rumekwe community here, where there's nothing to show off about. This water was drilled by Total EMP for the 3 communities to be using. Ekuche, Imo community and the Obilimba Koya. They all come to here to fetch water. A big community like this, don't have water, don't have school, don't have roads. So what are we into here? There is no government presence here. We don't have anything. There's nothing to write home about. The government are marginalizing the people of Rumekwe. There's no employment from the company. So we are calling on the state government and the federal government to wake up to the core of Rumekwe. We have been agitating this, we have been calling. It's as if Rumekwe are bad people. When they'll come for vote and campaign for here without no security. But after then, you hear that Rumekwe are bad people, Rumekwe are crisis. But there's no crisis. You can come here and go freely without nothing.
The oldest man in Ekuche Rumekwe also lent his voice and appealed to the government to intervene and build a hospital in the community.
No better peace, no water, no electric. Road where they make for us. Oh, so pit, hole for everywhere. No school, no hospital. Well, I buy some tablets. When I reach Alimini, when I see some chemists, I buy for there. For here, no, nothing like that, you see. So we need like a hospital, water, light. Formerly we get light, we get water. But due to the crisis, now make we not get all those things. Government is not doing better for us. Formerly, they pay us, we elders. But now our picking, they then cost where they need to pay us again. Some company, they pay us.
On the challenge of childbirth, a woman from Ovele, Mvakohia, Rumekwe, Josephine Okachuku said, though Rumekwe women are blessed with traditional means of giving birth, they need a hospital to fit into the civilized world.
We are talking about civilization. The people of this room may be supposed to have hospital. We don't have water here. We don't have light. All these things is major thing. Without light and hospital, no development. From the olden days, God bless the room maybe. But because of the civilization of this modern world, we need hospital. Because of the condition, we born for village instead of hospital. So because, if you are under labor, before you from the labor to hospital, is far. So we born in the village. So that is why we don't need it again. We need hospital.
Today FM reports that different oil companies operating in Rumekwe community, but the community still has no entrance and no exit, which the people have complained bitterly about. The high cost of beef in the market has been blamed on the crash of the naira against the dollar. Some cattle dealers and butchers in River State complain that the exchange rate and the high cost of diesel, coupled with bad roads, are a major challenge facing their industry. Chairman of Ajib Slaughter, Lukman Ibrahim, in an interview with Today FM's Olawale Sanusi, said the situation has worsened since the removal of fuel subsidy, as the cost of transporting cattle from the north to River State cost as much as 1.4 million naira per trip, excluding the grain price of the cattle.
The way the dollar high, we make the price of the cow also high. Like the car we used to buy 400,000 before. Now, if you don't owe 650,000, you can't get it. And also, diesel. They always complain, the people that bring car from north, that the diesel cost before. Something of 15 years ago, before they were then load a trailer of cow from north, they will use almost 80,000 diesel before they reach Port Harcourt. But nowadays, they must to spend like 400,000 diesel with their trailer. So the price of that's what will make the price of the trailer higher than before. Like before, we used to carry the trailer 70,000, 80,000 from north. But nowadays, we carry a trailer of the cow. We hire the trailer of cow 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. So they don't have any steady price again. The work difficult somehow for butchers.
Speaking on the situation in Niger Republic and the possible effect of sanctions on Niger and the scale of cattle, Ibrahim said there is no cause for alarm, as Cameroon and Chad are major suppliers of cattle to Nigeria.
It's not only Niger cow used to enter Nigeria. For example, we bought cow from Cameroon and Chad. It's not only Niger. Definitely, as they have problem in Nigeria, it's not too affected concerning the cow of a thing, because they are not using our currency. They are always there. The customer who used to bring the cow from Chad, when they bring cow come down to Nigeria, all what we used to hear from them is that our currency used to spoil their money. For example, when they bought the cow 200,000 from Niger, they make expenses 50,000 naira. That is 250,000 naira. By the time they convert it to our Nigerian money currency, when they sold the market finish, and the end of the day they will lose. So they let us know that our money is valueless.
On his part, the chairman of Aka Slaughter in Iwofe, Abbas Adebayo, blamed men of the Nigeria police for contributing to the high cost of beef. He alleged that policemen extort as much as 50,000 naira per checking point in order to allow their trucks through.
The cost with a carry trailer 250 to something before. Now it's 1 million plus 1 million 4, 1 million 5. Now we'll share the money per cow, get to 1 million 50 something thousand. The one we had everything, and then by the road, the police settlement in the road before is 150, 120. By now, even we carry 500,000 naira, no be able to reach Port Harcourt. Every checking point, the one we collect less, 10,000 naira. It isversing a trailer we carry cow. And then any police we take interstate, those one, the money no the less than 20,000.
In other stories, oil marketers say petrol will rise to between 680 and 720 naira per litre in the coming weeks, should the dollar continue to trade between 910 and 950 naira, 945 naira at the parallel market on Friday. The major oil dealers said petrol price hike is imminent unless the local currency appreciates in the coming week. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. We'll be right back after the short break.